Hello. Hope everyone is doing well. Welcome in. We're going to be playing some Elden Ring today. I was going to do continue the dagger marathon, but I already finished the dagger video, so I was like, I don't need to do a dagger marathon. But then I didn't know what to do for the run, so I was like, I might as well just go play with a dagger. And I've literally never done a Reduvia Ash run, ever. As many times as I've played the game, I've never done this run. So we're gonna go do that. Because why not? Because why not? We might do a Bloodblade run sometime soon as well to actually help compare. See which one is actually truly easier to use. I mean, Reduvia might be, yeah, that's kind of debatable. Kind of debatable. Anyway, Bandit, right? That makes the most sense. Bandit makes the most sense. How many times have you played this game? I don't know, at least 400 times minimum. It's probably 500 now. Anyway, on Dead Nasty, MX, Otto, Perk, Mies, Mister, Tart, Moon, Ishan, Isaiah, what's up? Hope you guys are doing well. Glorp. Which one looks like a Glorp? This guy looks like Glorp. I never used Glintstone. Chris is a really number one? Well, yeah, that's why I put it at number one. That's why I put it there. Okay. Actually, I could do a... I don't know, I was gonna do a Glintstone Chris run, because I've never done that one either. But, that one would be, I don't know. They're both gonna be easy either way. Both gonna be easy either way. I could have done Glintstone Chris. That's fine. What would you recommend for my first challenge run? I mean, you could do this. You could do a Reduvia Ash run. You get that weapon really early on. It's easy to upgrade. But, you still gotta, worry about larger stamina cost and FP consumption and shit, so... And if you fight enemies that are immune to bleed, could come into some trouble. I don't know, yeah, I was gonna... I'm not sure which one I've been more... I mean, Glintstone Chris would have had to involve me dropping it with Cheat Engine. But I don't know. It would have been easier than this one. That's for sure. Until I fight an enemy that's resistant magic damage, which is pretty far and few. Pretty far and few. Yeah, it's gonna be a quick run. I didn't know what to do. I was I had no ideas. So, it was either do this or do nothing. Tomorrow we're gonna go back to Bloodborne for the 10-year anniversary though. Now the question is, what am I gonna do for a 10-year anniversary run? When are you gonna drop a crypto coin? Tomorrow. And chat, what should I do for a Bloodborne 10-year anniversary run? What should I do? Reduvia Ash is great against Consort Radahn. It's good against a lot of things. Good against a lot of things. It's gonna hurt how things, man. A gun-only run. I could do a gun-only run. I could. Why not? Why not? Power Stance Pizza Wheel. Rank Bloodborne Dole fan art. Sure.
Sup.
Slim Pete with the sub. We had W's for Slim Pete with the resub. The 6 months as well. Thank you, my guy. Shave your head? No. Elden Ring is so colorful? Yeah. Going from Bloodborne to Elden Ring is definitely a... Definitely one of the experiences of all time. We might do a gun run, we'll see.
Now I fight as Horaloo. Warrior.
Should we just go get the Reduvia right now? I guess. Lots of green and gold. Yeah. There's lots of many colors. There's red and there's blue and there's purple even. There's everything. We could do a gun run. I don't think I've ever done a gun run. I mean, I have done a flame sprayer run, which is technically a gun. But I've never done like a regular traditional gun run. So maybe I'll do one of those. Because I was thinking of doing like a tools only run, but I've already done one of those. So I don't know. And I could just do like a casual playthrough. But I wouldn't know what to use for a casual playthrough. Man, it's been a while since I streamed Elden Ring, huh? Either way, after we do that run for Bloodborne tomorrow, what we're going to do is we're going to play 9 Souls. That's what we're going to do. Starting to learn bosses, fully started with Malekith. Is it just me with the second phase easy to learn and the first phase really inconsistent? The first phase is pretty simple to like counteract if you just keep dodging sideways. Because like the entire first phase, like you just try to bait out the overhead slam, which you can just keep doing by just dodging sideways. Because if you dodge forwards, then he's going to do like some weird like retreating attacks. If you dodge backwards, he's going to spam projectiles. But if you try and stay at that certain distance, you can kind of like exploit. Let's just go down. Let's just go kill him right now. Surely we can do it first try. 9 Souls is a really fun game. My indie game of the year for last year. Nice. Kirkhammer? I did a Kirkhammer run recently. Ever do a Bloodborne randomizer? I don't have an a modded console, and I'm not playing the emulator because it's just gonna not be good. Maybe if I get like a 5090, then maybe. But I don't know, I tried streaming it with my 3080 and it wasn't working out. I'm Jesse with a $10.
Hey, Yui, can I ask for the
10 New Zealand dollars.
But you use the Dragon Priestess /
a frenzy ending
before activating it? Looks cool. Ask if you haven't already. You can just cheat engine drop.
If you activate the... Interesting. I could maybe. I could do that.
The end is nigh. Just blood.
Help me. Damn, what's with your damage? Does he get to heal? He heals! Damn! Does he heal again? Nice. Get him. Nice counter hit. Go and proc bleed one more time. Let us do that. Any tips for a level 1 run? Tips for a level 1 run? Well, typically, like, charged heavy attack builds are, like, a must-have for level 1 runs. So that's why people tend to use things like Star Fists and, Serpent Hunter and stuff like that. Iron Balls, they're really good. Because the thing is, when you have a level 1 run, you're not going to have much mind and stuff. Not much points into, like, your damaging stats. So, like, going with, like, weapon skill spamming, is it going to really work out? And the Ritual Shield Talisman. The Ritual Shield Talisman is, like, the most important item for a level 1 run. Because it can help you tank an attack. And before you get the Ritual Shield Talisman, you can probably go grab the bubble tier. Jesse with a gifted sub. Thank you. I was gonna go here later, but it's fine. Let's go on max health things, man.
What's going on?
Answer your question. What was your question?
Dang.
What did you use the first time you beat Bloodborne? The first time I beat Bloodborne. It might have been Ludwig's. Maybe. It probably would have been Ludwig's, honestly. Yeah. Have a great stream. Thank you, Jesse. You're gonna do Tunic next, or a different game. I wanna play 9 Souls. I used to talk about after 9 Souls, then I don't know. Maybe Tunic, yeah. Maybe. Alabaster's Lord's Sword is one of the best level 1 weapons. That one's pretty good too, yeah. Coolest weapon in Bloodborne is the Moonlight Greatsword. It's one of the coolest weapons, yeah. Tis pretty cool. We might just do a gun run then for the anniversary. Cause that could be pretty fun. It'd be like either using the what's it called? The repeating, is it a repeating pistol? Forget the name. Or like the Evelyn. Because those are like the hardest hitting ones, right? Big boy damage. What's going on, Quantum? How things? Larger stamina cost. I didn't sign up for this. We might do a Bloodblade run sometime soon and compare it. I mean, obviously a Bloodblade should just be better. Especially if I slap it on a good old Nagakiba. But who knows, there might be some circumstances to where I want to get that really quick attack off and that like extra 0.2 seconds that it takes to use the regular Bloodblade. Might be pretty annoying. Can you harass FromSoft to give us a boss rush mod in Elden Ring? There's nothing I could do. And like with Night Rain being released, it pretty much confirms that there's not going to be a single boss rush mode or any type of PvE end game mode for Elden Ring. Because what's the point of them actually adding in an end game PvE game mode when they're literally designing a whole brand new Elden Ring game that's pretty much just an end game mode, right? Like they could have made it just be a DLC. And they could have like a free update for like some weird roguelike game, but it would have been pretty low effort. So I'm guessing they wanted to actually have like a higher effort type of thing and make it be its own separate application, which kind of makes sense because that means you can actually like, make different characters and whatnot and have separate balancing. I don't know anything about him. But yeah, it's pretty much confirmed that there's no boss rush mode at all. Because why would they do that? Because if they're just going to do it, it's just going to end up having more people go away from Night Rain. Like, they want to have more people buy Night Rain. So, it's pretty much confirmed. Like, I thought they were going to do, like, an end game mode until, like, you know, it keeps us occupied until, like, the next game. But turns out they had plans for, like, a really small game to release. They're monetizing it instead. Brain Dead, thank you for the follow. Why are they being lazy? It's not them being lazy. It's just they don't need to do it because it's just going to end up hurting Night Rain sales. So yeah. If anything, it's greed. So Bloodblade gets more bleed build up with an occult infused weapon. Yeah, it can get more damage and bleed build up depending on the weapon. But yeah, occult infused at point blank, it should be getting more. But it's only at high levels of arcane. I think base bleed build up, Reduvia can actually proc bleed a bit faster. But it's like, it's not that noticeable. It's like one hit faster. Maybe. But yeah. The Reduvia is ugly as hell? Damn, the Reduvia is ugly? I mean, it looks pretty over the top, but I don't know, it looks pretty cool. It's red. You can't go wrong. Have 10 different accounts at the start of the DLC so I can run the DLC with all the builds. Nice. Do an Eclipse shuttle run. I mean, like, if I was doing an Eclipse shuttle run, it would just be like a regular run with a curve sword, because, like, it's basically impossible to do an Ash only run with that thing, so. It looks like a seashell. I love the Reduvia design. Looks like a slice of pizza. It looks like a slice of pizza. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. You excited to fight a particular returning boss in Night Rain? I'm kind of more excited to fight the bosses that are new for Night Rain, not the returning bosses. Because, like, I play the Souls games, like, every week. So, you know? I mean, it's pretty cool to see them in, like, the Night Rain. You're pretty cool to see them in Elden Ring types of graphics and, performance and whatnot. So it'd be interesting, but it's not really exciting to me. But I'd rather fight bosses, like actual good bosses in the series, than have to fight just shitty ass like reskinned bosses, mini bosses that we get in this game. Like, I don't want to fight like, 4 Lendel Knights as a boss. Or fight like a demi-human queen. Like, I want to fight, the cool bosses in the series. I want to fight the dancer. I'd want to fight someone like Quailag.
Long and hard.
Shit like that. Hope to add Ludwig. They're definitely, most certainly not going to add any Bloodborne weapons. Or Bloodborne anything. Or Demon Souls anything. Because they're owned by Sony. And this is not a Sony game. So.
I'm sorry.
Nothing Bloodborne at all. They gotta bring back Covetous Demon? There's a good chance they do bring back Covetous Demon. There is a very good chance. The Covetous Demon duo. They add the cream one and the white one. How did the Bloodborne run go? It started off very rough. But then it got better. It got better. We might play Bloodborne again tomorrow. Doing a gun run. But I'm thinking about it now. It's kind of seemed kind of boring, but it's whatever. Sif would be cool. I guess. I don't know. I mean, they've already added like 17 different versions of Sif in the series, so. We haven't gone down. Let's go down. Do a Lagarius's wheel run. No, because I'm trying to do something for the 10-year anniversary, but I don't know what seems like, 10-year anniversary type shit. Isn't solo mode just going to give you 2 bots? Probably not. Do you have a favorite boss from the Mighty 7? Yeah, probably Gale. That wheel is pretty dope with the right gems. Res Snoozia? Is that what this is? Yeah, I was gonna do a Glintstone Chris run, but no, we just settled on Reduvia. It's fine though. Do something for the Dark Souls 1 anniversary. Well, Dark Souls 1's not turning 10 years old. It's not like a special number. I think Dark Souls 1 will be turning, what, 14? That's not that special of a number. Today is Sekiro anniversary, is it? It's not a special number. It'd be like, what, 7? Needs to be intervals of 5 for us to care. When fighting Horolu, how to dodge the claw attacks consistently? You just dodge behind him. Like talking like the big multi-hit swiping attacks. Oh yeah, 6, yeah. Dark Souls Remastered was 2018, true. Yes, dodge behind. Is that what you tell your children? Sure. I mean, any like interval of 5 birthday that I had was not even important anyway, so. When Bloodborne 2? Tomorrow. Secular prosthetics run? I've already done one of those. It's boring as fuck. Because, like, you have to use cheat engine. To just, like, drop infinite spirit emblems. And the run is just boring. Do you think Lights of Miquella Incant will be in Night Rain? Maybe. Do a lock shield run? What should I do with that? A Night Rain boss where it's just all dogs. No. Let's go on bat. How things, man? Do you think they'll ever do something with Bloodborne? Yeah, there's gonna be a remaster. It's just a matter of when. Which, you know. This year would be a good time. Maybe like sometime after Night Rain. If they could announce it to be like later this year. But then again, Night Rain DLC is gonna come out later this year, so. Like, it could have been worse. Like, every single year, basically, that we've always had something to do with From Software, like, releasing, you know, a game or whatnot. So it could have been worse, you know. It could be like that Sony's just neglecting Bloodborne while, like, From Software is not dropping anything. But, like, we're literally getting something every year out of From Software to keep us occupied. So, for me personally, I'd like for a Bloodborne remaster or remake to be released in like a year where From Software is not really making a game, but it seems like that's like never gonna happen. Seems like they're gonna drop something every year. So honestly, just drop it this year. Just drop it this year. You look really bored. Does any game excite you this year? Any game excites me this year. I mean, outside of Night Rain, I don't know. Liza P DLC looks pretty cool. As a non-PS player, would love to see Bloodborne or Demon Souls brought to PC or Xbox. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't know about that one. Don't know about that one. The only way we ever get a Bloodborne to PC is if Bloodborne 2 is being released. That is it. Assassin's Cringe doesn't interest you? No, I don't play Assassin's Creed. I don't know. Those games, I don't care for them. They look boring to me. I don't care for stealth-based combat. I don't care for trailing missions. Don't care for, like, the Western RPG formula with, like, nothing but stupid-ass constant side missions and shit and mid-as-fuck story and whatever the hell they got going on. Assassin's Creed does not interest me. First Berserker coming out soon? Yeah. Yeah, we might play that one. We'll see. Do you think they'll try making a game like Sekiro where they have more focused story? I mean, yeah, if like the protagonists cannot be customized, then maybe. Why are you not excited for Night Rain? I am excited for Night Rain. I am. They said what games you were excited for, and I said not including Night Rain. I don't know. You should rank the Souls games by their NPCs. They all suck. Is Reduvia Ashura better than Rivers of Blood? That's a good question. I think... Damn. Reduvia, Ash better than Rivers of Blood? Probably. Probably. I mean, they're both pretty outclassed either way, but, you know. Probably. Fields of Mystery stream when? Tomorrow. Imagine Ubisoft made a Souls-like. I mean, Haven't like their recent Assassin's Creed games like incorporated some Souls-like combat? Bloodborne remake will only be a thing for the PS6. Maybe. I mean, it doesn't need a remake. It just needs to be fucking remastered. But like, the longer they're taking, the more likely it's to end up gonna be in a remake, you know? Favorites weapon except Marika's hammer. I like the Venomous Fang. I like the Death Knight's long halved axe. That's pretty cool. They're pretty lit. Is Reduvia or that can we get what? Do you think daggers should be better? Feels like FromSoft kind of failed the assassin fast attacking dagger idea. Daggers are kind of hard to balance because like the way that it's always been is that like the weapons that are like smaller and quicker will always end up having the higher DPS, but obviously they kind of lack in things like range or poise damage. So that's why like curved swords are kind of like consistently the highest DPS for like every single game. Like doesn't matter what it is, like curved swords might just be the highest. But with the daggers, it'd be kind of weird if the daggers had the highest DPS consistently throughout every single game, just because like they're the smallest. Because daggers also have to have that niche of being really good for stealth-based combat because of their high crit damage. So they're kind of hard to balance as like primary options because they could very well just have the highest DPS because the trade-off is very bad poise damage and very bad range. But they also have that higher crit, so it's like you might just leave the curved swords and stuff like that, thrusting swords, straight swords as the ones that have the highest DPS, and just leave the dagger purely as it's like a back pocket secondary option, which kind of makes sense because daggers historically have always been that way. They've never really been as like primary based options. So I think they kind of fulfilled their purpose. It's just that like you don't really need to have secondary options as much in these games, you know? So like they can try as much as they want to actually add stealth-based mechanics. It's not going to be that useful, especially when like they actually made parrying not really as big as a thing in this game. Well, stance breaking is really good. So like daggers as secondary options are actually best in Elden Ring. So they've done better over time. But yeah, it's kind of weird. And now that we have things like fist weapons and claws, like those are also going to have higher DPS than daggers too. So it's like, you put my baby Erdsteel dagger at number 8. Yeah, that's top 3. That's top 3 for Elden Ring. Number 8 in the entire series is pretty good. Pretty good. Wing of Vessel is so fun if you have a nice moveset, great long range slashes, nuclear bomb. Yeah, it's amazing. When is sub are gonna pick you up and builds? She just steps on a bunch of I don't know. Maybe one day. Rivers of Spam has been nerfed for 3 years. Yeah, got nerfed like once, right? I don't think I got nerfed that many times.
It seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering.
What's your favorite incense spell in this game? I like Mesmer's Orb. It's really cool. It's got a Muhammad. How things, man? Probably have one last update for Elden Ring before Night's Reign. I don't know. What should they buff, nerf? I don't know. There's lots of things I want to get changed. 8 does not equal 3 last I checked. I said it's top 3 for Elden Ring. Listen. It's got a Morsel. How things, buddy? I'm following Kara, so when she streams, I'll know. Is Kara going to be the next GOAT streamer? Most attractive maiden. Alexander. I'm sick of seeing streamers use Rivers of Blood. They think they're cheesing, but it's just shit. Well, Rivers of Blood looks cool, I guess, for most people. So, that's fine. I mean, like, it isn't being like casuals just telling them what to do.
Be like, use the Rivers of Blood. It's OP.
I mean, it still is easy to use and it's still really good, but... Like, the reasons why Rivers of Blood is kind of mid is because it's just outclassed by things like double slash builds. But, like, Rivers of Blood's still amazing. Like, if double slash didn't exist, Rivers of Blood would probably still be S tier. Why people say to play Dark Souls 2 on low frames? I honestly don't know. Terrible? Why are you terrible, buddy? I'm not doing too bad. I'm still, like, recovering from my sickness, but we're doing alright. Moonveil's the ultimate noob weapon? Maybe. I'm content with the Ursula dagger being at 8th. Fair enough. Personal stuff? All good, man. Hopefully things get better for you, champ. Should have been more cold sorceries and more unique frost weapons. Yeah. Especially in that DLC. Like, there wasn't really anything for intelligence. Like, the only intelligence weapon that got added to the DLC was, like, the Moonriffle greatsword thingy. And that has, like, a D-scaling and intelligence. Kinda silly. I'm done with all my projects. I can finally watch Yui again. Nice. Welcome in, Harold. I think the best noob weapon is Guts' sword with Giant Hunt. Probably Lion's Claw. It's more noob friendly. Everything's terrible. My skin is made of paper and bones made of what? Okay. Good luck. At least we got carrying sovereignty. True. Carrion sovereignty. Do I draw? I do not draw, no. Do we have any drawers in chat? Any artists? It's kind of Christian. How things, man? A carrying sorcery sword is good. I forgot carrying sorcery sword. True, yeah. I forget about that thing. Yeah, that thing also exists. Hey, this is a good to get like a casting weapon. Too bad it's mid. Do you know how hard it is to acquire Lion's Claw Ash of War? That's probably the hardest part of doing a Lion's Claw run, is just getting Lion's Claw. It'd be fine. Does the Arms box set boost the Reduvia skill? Yes. That's it does. Anzi's sword too? He has another one with a D-scaling and intelligence. Hardly even an int weapon. Let's grab a bow with poison arrows and snipe the lion. There you go. Snipe the lion with the poison. What am I doing now? And let's go level this up and go kill Margit. Been doing a lot of running. Enough prep. Gets Ice Spear, be easy.
May I have a word?
He reads inputs? Yeah, he does actually. Yeah, the bow and arrows probably might not work. Might not work. Definitely be better if the button to cast was its skill, so it could just be the heavy attack. So gonna have a heavy attack. Oh, the skill. Oh, I guess. I mean, actually, I don't mind. That means a thrusting sword. I don't really care to not have a heavy attack for a thrusting sword. It would have been cool because like it already has an impaling thrust. It's just probably better to have than a heavy attack. But I would have liked to actually have it get like a unique skill. You know. I don't know. Something cool to help complement the casting build. Give me some mind, give me some endurance, give me some vigor as well, I guess. Give me some more arcane, and then, yeah, give me some more of that. Some more of that, and then some more. Yeah, that's good enough. Random stats, go. Give me that one, and then, yeah, I don't know what to put on. Put on that one for now. Ashes of War, Golden Vow. Will it? Cool. Putrescence Cleaver, a frost weapon that has an arcane scaling. Both Saint Trina swords do sleep, but they have an in scaling. Make it make sense. Yeah, it's stupid. I mean, frost doesn't scale up anything either way, so like having it get an arcane scaling is like, okay. It's whatever. I did not get Flame Gabby Strength. I'll get it later. I haven't been to Caelid yet. I don't want to do too much prep and run arounds. Did you do the best FromSoft bows? Dark Souls 2 would be the best ones? Maybe. Oh shit, I'm supposed to do an Ash run. My bad. I forgot. I'm just started Liza P. I like it except for the awful dodging when locked on. I mean, dodging and deflecting in Liza P is not as forgiving as the other games, so you're gonna have to get used to that. You have to be more precise with your times. I forgot to go respec. Hopefully this will be enough. We'll see. Not a great start. I hate fighting this guy. I really do. God, you're such an ass fight. So I want to get like hit at point blank range to like maximize my damage here. And my blade build up. Whatever. Fuck you. And we did half his health. And I have no FP flasks left. We might maybe get there. I should get a bleed proc here, right? Yeah, we got it. Thought you were supposed to block more than dodge in Liza P? You could do either or. My first playthrough of Liza P, I didn't really like block or deflect much at all. I was mainly just dodging. But you could do both. You could do both. Like you mix it up depending on the attack. The dash dodge was actually shorter in the beta. Yeah, the dashing and the deflecting was like a big complaint when like the beta came out. It was actually super fucking fun. I was like, damn, this game is gonna be special. But yeah, like the dodging and the deflecting weren't as good. And they actually buffed it, and it wasn't really that noticeable. Was not that noticeable of a buff. But I remember like they actually buffed it and changed it, and everyone's like, oh, the game's gonna be easy mode now. Everyone's just complaining and they're gonna get what they want. So yeah. How are you gonna make the Elden Beast bleed? I don't. It's kind of darkness, how things, man. Should I go into Vigor? I don't know. Who cares? Let's go re-allot my flask before I forget. What's the best infusion for the Starfists? Heavy. Miyazaki told me he's working on a Sekiro sequel. He better not be. My cat is doing well. She's asleep in my bed right now, I think. Really sucks that there aren't any arcane sorceries except for the 2 bubble spells. Really? How did I... What the hell even happened there? What even happened? What was that? How did I get hit by any of those? Did I not run sideways enough? I don't know.
Very good.
Doesn't make any sense. I'm Boofman, if that's how you say your name. Thank you for the follow. What the hell is that tracking? I missed the stream. Can you start over? No. It's gone on roll, Nora. How things, man? How will you maximize damage? Mainly arcane. And then once it gets to like a decent amount of arcane, then we can spec into dexterity. You're gonna just call me Bo? Nice. It's going well. Things are going well. Just doing a good old Reduvia run. Never played with this weapon. Well, I never done like a Asher War run, I mean, but I played with it, obviously. But I've never done this run. Okay, what talismans are we getting? So, should I just go kill Alexander? Or should I do his quest line? Because I can just go kill him. When you get Lord of Blood, we could potentially get the multi-hit talismans if I'm staying at closer range. We can go use Ritual Sword Talisman. I don't need those smithing stones. Kill him. So I think get 10% damage for the whole playthrough or 15% damage for like the end and the DLC. What's the best fire weapon? The Blasphemous Blade. Kill him? Yeah, sure, we'll kill him. Doing a Dragon Maw run and I'm getting destroyed before I can even cast it on the DLC bosses. It'd be like that. Let him live? No. I need to finish up my second playthrough before I've been using the chicken wing and starfists. Nice. Those are good weapons. Get out of there. Give me that exalted flesh. Thanks, buddy. Stop yapping. Good enough. Should we go to Caleb? Get Flame Gamry? I mean, I don't have the faith right now, so... We'll get it later. We have an exalted flesh. We could use that for now. What is my faith at? 8. I need more than that. Go kill this guy, then go do some more stuff. You don't need to two-hand the weapon. Well, what else am I gonna do? One-hand it to do what? I can two-hand it. Did my game just crash? What the heck? If I two-hand it, I can block. Which is much better than not being able to block. In Dark Souls 1, I didn't know Lotrek kills a Firekeeper after getting 2 Firekeeper souls. It's not just 2, it's specifically when you get the one in Blighttown. I think it's specifically if you get that one. Or if you go to Blighttown early and then get 2. I think. Because you can get the one in New Londo Ruins and Undead Parish, and he won't kill her. I believe. Let's go grab this. Your punishment for killing Alexander? Nah, it's fine. I'll kill him again. Kiru, thank you for the follow. Didn't realize you were playing Dark Souls 3, yeah. Offhand Sacred Order? I could offhand Sacred Order, that's true. But I don't have Sacred Order right now, so. What are some of your all-time movies? I don't know, I don't have favorite movies. Don't got none of those. I can put on my shell. Hell yeah. Frozen 1 and 2. Frozen is amazing. Some of the best movies. Do Australians make good movies? I don't know. Best anime? Maybe like One Piece or Code Geass. I like those the best. I think. Best H enemies? What does that mean? What type of build do you suggest for New Game Plus? Int Faith, Sword of Knights in Flame. First thing that came to mind. What about Crocodile Dundee? Is that even an Australian directed movie? I don't know. I mean, it takes place like half in Australia, I guess, but... Isn't most of that movie like in New York? I want Patches to act like the Firekeeper in the next game. Maybe. My bold-headed maiden. Do you want to try these bosses overhaul mods? Bosses overhaul mods. What does that mean? Why did I run here anyway? I said I didn't need to come here right now. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Now I'm gonna die to these stupid things. Get up! That's fine. We could get the Somber Fall that's nearby, so it's cool. Let's go on solar. How things, man? They changed up the boss's movesets a lot. Well, like, there's a boss overhaul mod. Oh. I don't know. Probably not. We'll look at... I don't know. We'll see. If I ever, like, run out of, like, ideas for a run, and I might look at some mods and I'll see what interests me. Okay, touch the grass. Let's go kill this Godric dude. Golden Vow. A buffed Yui only run. What does that mean? This guy's an exalted flesh. Why not? Proc bleed faster.
Nya, nya.
Speaking of which run has been super easy for you? Which run has been easy for me? Well, this one's gonna be easy. A scythe only run could be cool. I've done plenty of scythe runs. Should I play Dark Souls 1 second half or replay Sekiro? God damn it. Then that damage is dog shit when you don't have the bleed proc, huh? Play Sekiro. Don't worry about the second half of Dark Souls 1. It's terrible. What's an older Souls game you would like to see modded into Elden Ring? What's an older Souls game that you'd like to see modded into Elden Ring? What do you mean by that? You could use the blue dancer charm? I could use the blue dancer charm. That's true. True. Is it me or is Dex and Dark Souls 1 doo-doo? It's not doo-doo. Dex is good. It might not be as good as strength-based weapons, because like getting poise breaks is really important. But if you don't have like the wolf ring or poise yourself, slower-based weapons can be kind of annoying to use. I don't know, use things like the Great Scythe or a Curved Sword or Katana, you're gonna be perfectly fine. Do you own a bicycle? Not anymore, no. Not for a long time. Wait a minute, I need 10 faith. Memorize spell. If From ever made a perfect engine, do you think they should remake, remaster all their games? No. I feel like if anyone's gonna be doing remakes or remasters, it'd be someone that's not From Software. They should just let somebody else do it. What's going on, Oddspace? How things, man? I'm not really a fan of arcane damage in Elden Ring. It doesn't hit as hard as some of the others. Give me the Ursul dagger any day. Yeah. I mean, obviously damage for arcane builds aren't going to be as much as the other ones, but, you know, the benefit is, like, broken status effects. Ends, arguably, better damage with spells. Because, like, the Dragon Communion Seal can actually, like, outdamage any of, like, the faith-based seals. Which is kind of silly. You don't know Ongbal? Of course I know Ongbal. I don't know him personally, but yeah. With Yui's Dark Souls 1 guide, I got the Great Scythe, and no joke, this weapon is busted. I just don't want to play the second half. That's how it be. I want to see what Miyazaki is cooking. I'm curious as well, but I mean, they can show us when they're ready. I don't want to, like, another Elden Ring situation to where, like, you know, they announce the game and then it gets released, like, 3 years later. And we're just, like, waiting for years. Like, when are we actually going to get an update? That was pretty bad. I mean, it's not as bad as, you know, Silk Song fans, but it was pretty bad for the time. Have you heard of the Occult Affinity? Yeah, Occult Affinity is good, but, like, for the most part, you're not going to get as much damage compared to the other ones, right? Like, there are some weapons that you can get more damage with an occult, but it's always going to be less. Well, not always, but, you know, 99% of the time it's going to be less. I played Lies of P last week. I wish something like the 2 Dragon Sword was in the, and the Umbrella was in this game. They're really fun weapons, yeah. Sekiro DLC where? That doesn't exist and it's never going to exist. Infusion should be removed from the game. Literal cancer. Literal cancer? Please tell me why infusion should be removed from the game. I'm a hit a wall, AC6, I beat the ice worm and not the mission going down, and the mission going down the hole is not fun. Tell me it gets better. The mission going down the hole. What, the one with the big laser and shit shooting at you? I kind of forget which mission you're talking about. Yeah, the game gets harder, I think, at that point. But the missions are really fun. And the bosses are really cool, too. Dark Souls 3 Uchi is kind of like the twin dragon swords. The weapon on it has a parry. Yeah, but it's not like... I guess it's the most similar. Elden Ring, but it's Lies of P when? What are you talking about? 3 years? Was it 3 years? I don't know. Chat, when was the Elden Ring, the first Elden Ring trailer? It was like an E3 at one point. I forget which year it was. But it must have been like just after like Sekiro. So it would have been 2019. And the game released in 2022, right?
What brings you in?
So it would have been 3 years.
I am an old Koto, perhaps.
Yeah, we waited 3 years. And it was actually like an entire like... Do you know how we waited forever for the DLC? It was like even longer for the base game. So we've been like an entire year without news. And it was like the same thing with Elden Ring. We're in like almost 2 years without like any Elden Ring news. Then we randomly got like another trailer. It's like, whoa. That's not what I wanted to do. So yeah, hopefully they don't do that again. Hopefully they learned a lesson and not try and announce a game too early. It says 2020? I think it might have been. I don't know. I think it would have been directly after Sekiro. So it would have been like towards the end of 2020. Because, like, E3 was always halfway through the year. It was, like, June, July. So it would have been... I don't think it would have been June, July 2020, because there was no E3 2020. Because 2019 was the last E3, right? That was the last one. June the 9th, 2019. There you go. See, my memory serves me correct. RIP E3. Not the Elden Ring Bleed Dagger. We're gonna be doing the Elden Ring Bleed Dagger. Liza P playstyle on Elden Ring when? What does that even mean? Because Liza P playstyle depends on your build, I guess. I don't know, like what, deflecting and stuff? What does the shield do? I need the key. It's stamina regeneration. It's like the grass crest shield. So faster stamina regeneration. The ice worm was difficult for a gimmick boss. That pissed me off. The ice worm is probably one of the most like cinematic bosses From Software has ever made. It was like one of the coolest moments in FromSoft for me, I'm not gonna lie. Like the fight itself can be kind of annoying, but everything about that fight, it's the cinematics, the sound design, the visuals, it was just like perfect. He's having issues with the ice worm. I mean, the ice worm can be kind of annoying, because sometimes you can just like miss your shots, and it's like the fight just like prolongs way too much. There's like 2 weapons that have an S scaling and occult, and there's a lot more that have S scalings and dexterity and strength, right? I despise Ubisoft, but I can find the 180 and AC shadows really funny. The 180 and AC shadow is funny. Even Asmongold is doubling back saying he likes it. I mean, I don't doubt people like the game, I don't know, like... And people just didn't want... I don't know. I mean, like, obviously you got, like, a lot of slack because the character was black, because, you know, people complain about that. And then... I don't know. I think there was, like, complaints about, shadows with the whole, like, deluxe edition and stuff being, like, super expensive. And then it got, like, delayed as well. So, like, there was, like, a bunch of, like, weird shit about the game and a lot of hate about it. And it's an Ubisoft game, and nobody cares about fucking Ubisoft. So... Ugh. Ice Worm, who's that? That's an Armored Core 6 boss. Where am I going? Should we go inside here? Sure, why not? Does wearing the Shield of Want on your back still grants the effect? Yes, it does. Can you speak Arabic? No. Fextra review says that the Black Samurai plot seems forced because we don't get any character development for Yasuke. I mean, it's an Ubisoft game. Has, like, any Ubisoft story actually been good? I don't know. I don't know. Far Cry 3? Oh, so they made Far Cry. Never played it, so I don't know. What do you think of the Great Rune mechanic? It's interesting, but not really that interesting. I don't know. It's cool, but like they could have made it not be as like a pain in the ass to try and get and maintain. So could have been better. All they had to do was make it to where like every single time you kill a boss, it just like activates your Great Rune and it gives you a rune arc. If they just did that, it'd be fantastic. And not have them reset on New Game Plus. That's stupid too. How would you make the dagger work versus imps? Versus imps? I know imps. You just gotta. Good luck. You just gotta spam harder. Will you do a Darkwind Greatsword run? Maybe. I was actually thinking of doing a Darkwind Greatsword run today, Because I was like, I had no idea what to do before the stream started. I'm like, what am I ever going to do? Because I finished my dagger marathon, so I wasn't really going to do a dagger run. I didn't even want to do this. But I was like, I don't know what to do. I was like, whatever, just do a Reduvia run, because I've never done one before. So yeah. Have you played the God of War reboots? Yeah, I have. I played basically every God of War game except for like the weird spin-offs on like the PSP. Actually, I played like Chains of Olympus for like an hour. God of War is great. I like God of War. A PvP stream? I'll do a PvP stream as well, yeah. Could do one of those. I gotta like just look at a bunch of stuff like mods or different weapon runs or whatnot and conjure up a list of different runs that I can do. One thing I actually want to do is down patch the game and play like the original 1.0 version because I kind of, you know, forget what it was like. It's probably gonna be the same game, but you know, more broken stuff. A golden vow. I don't have a seal. I forgot to buy a seal. Whatever. What happened to Bethesda? What do you mean? I mean, they take forever to make a game. And they just make the same games. It's like Ubisoft. They don't make any new IPs. Even though their last game was a new IP, so... And this is why we should never, like, force FromSoft to actually make this sequels. They should, we just, like, as long as they're still, like, being creative and still making good games, they should just constantly have to make new IPs. Like, just don't force them into making sequels. Like, as soon as they end up sucking making new stuff, then sure, continue making sequels and stuff like that. Because you don't want them to, like, fall into a situation to where, like, they just care about the money and just milk the same shit and turn it into Ubisoft and Bethesda. So just let them cook brand new stuff until they suck, and then they can start making sequels. Anyway. The last thing I want is for, like, you know, from something to be, like, super popular, then, like, listen to the fans, because all the fans are gonna be like, make this game, we want the sequels. They'd be like, it's easy, just do a sequel. They might milk the fuck out of Elden Ring. Well, actually, it was the only game that they actually own, like, completely, right? Because, like, every other game is not owned by them. They don't have, like, the... What's it called? The Masters? I don't know what the fuck it's called, but... So, I guess Night Rain is, like, a game that they made because they actually own that game. So, like, we want to do something with the Elden Ring IP. I have 3 FP flasks. I'm not sure how this is going to go against Renala. I might need another one. They own the rights to Dark Souls? Isn't that one still, like, Bandai that still owns it? Or did they own that completely too? Like, all Dark Souls? I thought they didn't. Maybe I'm wrong. What am I doing? Is Night Rain considered milking it? I think it's just doing something with the IP because you can. And it's like, they want to make something new, like a new genre of game. And it's safe to just do it in like a brand new universe. Especially because there's not going to be that many people working on Night Rain, you know, so... Like, if their next game was Elden Ring 2, then... that'd be milking it. Seal. Oh my goodness me. Okay, +4 Reduvia. We know what I should do. We might go to get a Somber 5 and a 6 at the Volcano Manor. We might do that. I just want a class-based From Software game. You mean like Night Rain? The thing is, Night Rain, I was actually super excited because of that class-based system, and they didn't really go as hard. I mean, they still can. But, like, the class system could be better. But, like, secondary skill trees. Ugh, okay, now you lost me. You know, fuck skill trees. We've got 4 more classes. I'm talking about the amounts of classes. I'm talking about have them be distinguishable from one another. Like, more distinguishable. Because they still play the same way. Like, they still can use the same weapons. They can still use the same spells. Like, the only difference is, like, they dodge slight bit differently. Their run speed might be a bit different. Like, the abilities, like, you know, is, like, the only thing. They don't really feel that different. They have, like, just one passive, one ability, and one super. But, like, the one thing that could change it up would be, like, what do you call it? The relic system? The relic system, because they have their own, like, unique types of abilities, too. So, if they're having, like, unique abilities for the relics, that could be something that's cool. Secondary skill trees are dope. What the fuck are you talking about? That's like one of the worst iterations of skill trees I've ever seen in my entire life. What are you talking about? Yeah, shit sucks. Skill trees can be ass. Great dagger video today. Thank you. Hey, what are you guys' thoughts on my dagger video? Skill trees suck. Liza P would have been better with that one. What does, like, have, like, this skill tree? And the thing is, Liza P's skill tree is, like, weird because, like, the skill tree just boosts your neutral game. That's all it does. Like, most of it's just, like, your neutral game. It doesn't really do much for build creation. It's just, like, you go with the one that gives you more damage. You get the one that gives you better pulse cells. One that can give you, like, more Fable slots. It's just, like, all stuff to boost the neutral game. There's nothing really to be like, okay, this one he's gonna use for, like, you know, your advanced builds or... How did that even hit me when I was spamming dodge? Whatever. Nothing really like that. The only one is, like, you can pre-build more around, like, your Legion Arm build. So, like, that was, like, the only thing. And even then, like, Legion Arm builds are kind of... Yeah. Would I have enough FP for this? We'll see. What the hell? Did I walk into the thing? Whatever. That'll be fine. You get sick passives to regular combat and cool abilities from different skill trees. They can implement cooler skill and abilities outside of just using a skill tree. Run in a circle. And like some things, like when they make skill trees, they purposely like put things like out of your they take things away from your base kit and just to add them in a skill tree just for the sake of it. Like Sekiro's McKitty counter, that should not be part of the skill tree. Like you should just have that inherently. He's gonna powerless health things, man. No, you don't. Do you have a Shadow of the Erdtree playthrough? Do I have a Shadow of the Erdtree playthrough? No. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Like the VOD? Like, well, my first playthrough of the game? Of the Shadow of the Erdtree? Yeah, you can go check it out. My, just go to my live section of my channel and just scroll down. My first playthrough is there. Except for, like, me going through Shadowkeep, because I streamed for, like, 14 hours, and then the first day, and YouTube only saves the first 12. So, my entire, like, Mesmer kill and Shadowkeep experience is, not saved. Lost media. Why are you in the Volcano Manor? It was to get the Somber 5 and a 6. And now I'm running to get a Somber 7, so... I enjoyed the dexterity video, but I'm doing a killage build for Demon Souls right now. Bladestones are a motherfucker to farm. Yeah, I wouldn't bother. I never go farm for materials and Demon Souls. Like, it's such a pain in the ass. Like, I just use regular upgrade paths, and it works perfectly fine. I thought YouTube started splitting VODs past 12 hours. Maybe they did recently, but, you know, the DLC was like 8 months ago now, so... I'm doing a hiltless run? Nice. I missed the hole of the door. Don't kill me, please. Really? I'm right next to the fucking shortcut? I wasn't expecting them to kill me. I would have just quit out there. Skill trees adds much to the progression of the game? They might. And I feel like there's always better ways to do it. I just wanted to get the Somber 7. Now I have to go run through there again. How did this happen? I was reading the chat. I thought I could just, like, walk through the door. They suck. And there's gonna be a mod that makes Bikini counter unlock automatically. I mean, like, it's like the first skill that you can get. I just don't like how so many things just get, like, locked behind. Especially, like, for Sekiro, you unlock certain types of, like, texts that unlock certain skill trees. And they can be easily missed sometimes. And, like, half of the skill trees is, like, it's just, like, filler stats. Like, you unlock these cool points, or unlock points to go unlock cool abilities in the skill tree. And sometimes it just locks behind, like, just more progression, or just, like, more grinding to get past that one point. I don't know. The game would feel stale if you just got shit for free right off the bat. I don't think so. I mean, you can still, like, unlock cool abilities later on in the game, but... for some, like, stuff, they just put it in there for the sake of just filling up the skill tree, because they just ran out of things to put there. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, skill trees can be fine. I guess it's better than nothing. I guess I feel like Sekiro being that, I guess the only way to really customize your character, well, not customize it, but, like, you know, only form of build creation that you really have is what makes it kind of this shit for me. Opinions on AC6? A fantastic game. It was like my game of the year when it came out, which was like, you know, 2 years ago now, but, you know. Great game. I love Armored Core. Good series. Okay, so we have a 5, 6, 7. Let's go get an 8 and a 9 and become really overpowered, because why not? It means that the game encourages exploration, which is cool and kind of the point of an experience. But for the point of skill trees, it's like I didn't like it when it's part of like your like stuff that should be like unlocked in your base kit, like very important stuff. I don't know. I know how I feel about it. But then again, like the texts that you can acquire in Secular, like they're pretty obvious locations, so it's not like the worst thing in the world. Did Shadow of the Erdtree live up to the base Elden Ring? Well, yeah, it's like the same thing basically, but might just be better on average. Yeah. I think better boss quality on average, better looking areas, better OSTs on average maybe as well, better level design on average. So yeah, it's like the same thing as the base game, just probably better on average. The Lois and Charred Lois Knights meant to reference the Silver and Black Knights. For fuck's sakes. Why do I suck at this game so much? I'm never reading chat ever again. I lie. Maybe. Will Miyazaki ever add a battle pass to his next game? Yes. Hopefully. Hopefully get a sick battle pass and get a cool Gwyn skin. And ironically, they should actually do that for Night Rain. Not like a battle pass, but like actual like skins. Skins from older characters. Like being that you're just introducing shit from the older games, why not have a cool skin? You know? Like for the Recluse, I should be able to go get a skin for like Carla or like Zully, even though they kind of look the same anyway, but or a Big Hat Logan. A Big Hat Logan skin. Sounds disrespectful? To who? I'll see you, Tart. You have a good one, man. Shadow of the Erdtree is better than the base game, and it makes me realize I don't like Elden Ring. Fair enough.
Well, then I presume.
Think Shadow of the Erdtree should have been its own game? I don't know about that. I don't mind it the way it is right now. Of course, I'm short of a bit more souls. It's locked behind starting a new game and prepping for 2 hours before I can play the game. I mean, it's just like a continuation, right? So it's like, isn't like most of the DLCs in the games like that? I think that kind of worked out there, right? Let's go kill Alexander. I hate all Elden Ring bosses, but they introduced Blind Spot in the deflecting tier. Good stuff. That's fair. Deer, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Shadow of the Erdtree as its own game would have been like, I don't know. Like, what would they have done? They would have had to like, I don't know. Because like, there's a lot of content there, but like, you have to make a... It would have been like a really small compared to regular Elden Ring, right? Ugh. Could you imagine if they made an Elden Ring sequel and it would have been smaller than Elden Ring with like less weapons? And arguably shitter lore. I don't know. Then why are you playing Elden Ring then? Me? Elden Ring Scholar of the First Sin? I enjoy smaller titles? I don't know. I mean, it's a DLC, I don't know. Like, it's fine. It's playing for money? What did I didn't say anything about not liking the game. Did I say anything about that? I think I was like reading comments, right? Anyway, let's go kill this dude. Get over here. It's doing some healthy amounts of damage. God damn it. I fucked up. We're probably not gonna get the one cycle. Never mind, we got the one cycle. I forgot to get the gold scarab talisman. Hard game? Hard game. I don't like Shadow of the Erdtree. Felt like a sloppified Elden Ring. A sloppified Elden Ring. What did you not... What did Shadow of the Erdtree do that was worse than the base game, in your opinion? Okay, let's get some more arcane going on. We don't need anything else. Let's go get another talisman slot. So I could pick up one of the multi-hit talismans. Yeah. Could get one of those, and it could probably get Lord of Blood's Exaltation and a bit later on. That could be the play. Okay, let's go kill some Clean Rots Knights. Second edition had a blade status effect? Maybe. Ruined the law. Bosses lacked cutscenes or context. Worthless exploration. Scatter tree fragment system. Getting scatter tree fragments can be kind of annoying, but like it's better than the alternative of having like really high resist bosses. So like it was like a necessary thing that has had to exist, and there's like I don't know, there's not really many better options out there. Bosses lacking cutscenes. I don't know. That doesn't really matter to me. Like. I don't care about that shit. Because either way, like, if those are gonna be, like, boss cutscenes for, like, some of the bosses that, you know, people would have liked to have cutscenes for, it would have just been, like, the same shit. Like, slow motion, 30-second cutscene of, like, the bosses, like, moving into the picture, or slowly floating down, or standing up from a chair. One line of, like, useless dialogue that means nothing. And then that's all it is. So yeah, I don't know. And in terms of worthless exploration, I think I had like just as much exploration as the base game, honestly. I think the exploration was good because the scenery was good. That was basically like the only rewards though. Like I don't know, there wasn't really like much in terms of items like they lit it through. The only thing they really missed was like having bosses. Like that was like the biggest thing. Is like some areas like the Chari's hidden grave, the fucking blue area, I forget the name. They just needed to be like more bosses in those areas. Like that's the only thing that people like would have liked more. Because, like, either way, like, if you have, like, actual useful items, like cool weapons and shit like that, or cool Ashes of War throughout these areas that, like, are pretty empty, which they kind of did anyway. But if they had more of that, for, like, the most part, 90% of those weapons or Ashes of War would have just been, like, useless to most builds. So, like, having items be part of the exploration can only carry you so far. So, like, what Shadow of the Erdtree did, it kind of focused more on, like, cool scenery, be part of the exploration, which it did that really well. And the weapons were fine. Like, there was, like, a decent amount of weapons. Like, there was over 100, right? But they just needed to have more bosses for, like, those empty locations. Like, they should have been, like, actual more unique field bosses. They could have easily gone with all those stupid fucking NPC fights, and instead of having those stupid NPC fights, could have had, like, actual good field bosses that are actually unique. That'd have been nice. But there should have been, like, a legacy dungeon in both the Cerulean Coast and the Chara's Hidden Grave. That should have been a thing. I mean, there kind of was one in the Cerulean Coast because, what do you call it? On the way to the Putrescent Night. I guess that could be classified as a legacy dungeon, I suppose, but... I don't know. Fashion or stats on armor? Fashion. Armor doesn't really matter much. It's got a noob. How things, man? Not enough people are liking the stream? Yeah, it's fine. I don't think it does anything anyway. Let's go kill the, let's go to the Altus Plateau. I haven't been to the Altus Plateau yet. Did I even pick up the Academy key? I did. Because I've been to the Academy. Bruh. There's a ton of NPC fights in the DLC. Yeah, there's way too many. Blue Dancer? Oh yeah, quick get the Blue Dancer's charm. We'll see. I mean, I'm gonna be getting the Ritual Sword Talisman. And then the Lord of Blood Exaltation, so I don't really need it. I might still get it, we'll see. Was the Reduvia run part of the poll? Now, Reduvia run was like because I was doing a dagger marathon, but I already finished the dagger like video, so I was like, I didn't know what to do, and I was like, I haven't done a Reduvia run, so I was like, I'm just gonna do one. I had no idea what to do. That's why I started the stream late, because I was like deciding what to do. It's like, let's do a Reduvia run. Can't think of anything. It's either going to be that or like a Glenstone Chris run, because, you know, daggers are still relevant. Buy a dagger in Sacred Order? I already have the Great Knife. It's good enough. I think I prefer return to the Arkstone system. Like, what's the point of a continuous world if it isn't designed like Dark Souls 1? What, you mean like... having an interconnected world, but also having a teleporting system, you mean? The purpose of having an interconnected world, even though there is teleporting, it doesn't really do anything for a gameplay perspective. But it does add more atmosphere to the area. And it makes it feel more immersive. It is like a pretty cool moment as well, like when you're like running around from location to location and it wraps back around. It just makes the world feel more whole. And complete. Like there's a certain like satisfaction behind like unlocking an area and it wraps back around. It feels like you actually like conquered the entire area. It's like you've explored everything that there is that's out there. So it's more of just like a thematic purposes and aesthetic purposes. But from a gameplay perspective, an interconnected world doesn't do shit if there's teleporting, basically. Sometimes, like, you know, there might be some gameplay decisions, like for NPCs and stuff, like the old Yharnam shortcut in Bloodborne. From, like, that connects Yahar'gul to your old Yharnam. Like, that's basically useless, but it's for an NPC questline. So, like, there's some shit like that. I think Dark Souls 3 had something like that as well, with like patches in Cathedral of the Deep. But that's kind of for the same area. It doesn't wrap back around to the main area or another area. But yeah. Did you get the talisman slot? I did, yeah. As long as there's feat cutscenes, I'm good. I mean, cutscenes should be like one of the things that they try and improve upon in their next game. Like having some more like action cutscenes and stuff, and I don't know. They're never gonna do it. Because like honestly, the cutscenes are boring. Like, this is boring in these games. Like all they do is just make for a cool screenshot. That's it. They're just like edgy, slow motion, cool screenshot. Bam. That's like the formula for the FromSoft cutscenes. The whole game is a cool screenshot? That's true. Do you think Elden Ring benefited from the open world setup? If you like open world games, then Elden Ring is like amazing. If you don't, then yeah, you're not gonna like it. I think they did a good job, like, at making an open world game. So whether or not it benefited is like completely subjective. Like whether you like to have open world formula or not. But like with the open world formula, it did a good job. Like it served its purpose. Because it has like lots of areas that you can unlock right at the beginning. Or like not even unlock, you have lots of areas that are available to you at the beginning. Which for a game like this one and an RPG, is extremely beneficial. Because you're going to go run to like any area that you wanted to make your build. Which you couldn't really do easily in the other games. Now the thing is, people don't really like that concept sometimes. Because people don't know what to do with the freedoms that they have. And that's why you get a lot of people complaining about like, oh, Elden Ring runs is just a massive chore. Because every single time that I played the game, I have to like, you know, do this massive checklist for the first 2 hours. And I have to go run from here to here. It's like, no, you don't. It's like, no, you don't. It's like you just have that available to you more so than the other games. Doesn't mean you have to do that. Like you can very well just make an early game build like you would have made for like the other games like Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. You can play it the same way as that game if you want to. You just have the option. So the only like downside of the open world formula, like for me at least, is that like there could be a lot of this shit that's running around, and the whole game is meant to be like, well, open world games typically it is meant to be like more cinematic, because you have the, like these really cool, amazing views and like just the vibes and the feelings like running through and feeling the big open world. They're inherently just always going to be more boring at some points, because they're not like just like, you know, actual designed levels back to back to back. You have to have stuff like this in between. So, and that has to be big, wide, and open so you can actually see further in the distance so you can know where to go. So it's like, it's just the way that it's designed. So like, it did a good job at being an open world game. It's just a matter of like, whether or not you like it, the open world formula or not. Which, I don't know. I think it's, for me, I just like to have a mix-up of things, so I'm fine with this game existing and it being an open world game. For the next game, I'd probably would rather it not be open world. So that's my thoughts. Rather they can make Torrent faster. Yeah, there should have been a skill tree for Torrent. That's the only skill tree that I would have liked in this game. A Torrent skill tree. Action cutscenes. It ain't no Assassin's Creed game. Well, like Armored Core has some cool action cutscenes. And as what do you call it? Sekiro kind of does too. Where there's like actual like, you know, back and forth dialogue and then actual like fighting and stuff involved. There's not really much in Sekiro, but there's enough of it. Do you have any more Kim K energy drinks? No, not enough. Haven't had one of those in a while. Yeah. Let's get some more vigor, I guess. Should I be able to getting Golden Vow, Ash, or Spell? Probably not. What's the best rings to use for the Sellsword Twin Blades? Well, like in Dark Souls 3, there's not really like much rings that actually really help enhance a build outside of like spells and stuff. So like you'll get like the Pontiff rings maybe. Like the Pontiff right eye. For more damage on like successive attacks. Otherwise you just get stuff for this boosted neutral game. So like the Chloranthy ring is really good. More stamina recovery speed, you know. The Estus ring is amazing, which is just better healing. You can go the Havel's ring if you wanted to use like heavier armor. Ring of Favor. You know, there's like lots of things that you can go with. There's not really much to help with like a curved sword build. Outside of like the Pontiff ring. I mean, you couldn't go grab like the Karthus milk ring early on in the game. It was like relatively earlier on. That's like +3 to dexterity. But you'll probably end up replacing that for something more useful. The Lloyd sword ring is pretty good, which is more damage at max HP. But for a first playthrough, I wouldn't really bother. Because you're probably not going to always be at max HP. Will you ever embrace Fire Giant Supremacy? What the hell does that even mean? What will the maps and nights... What will happen to the maps and night train? Will they have a set number of maps? It seems like there's only going to be the one, but it's like an ever-changing map. So it's like, you know... The points of interest are going to be different every single time you jump into the map. More randomized events, randomized locations. It'll be things like that, so... But it seems like it's just going to be the one, like, map, which is Limveld. That's what it seems like. Buff the stupid charge attack raisins. Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Do you like matcha? Don't know what that is. I'm looking at Dark Souls 3 then Elden Ring that did a really amazing with the builds. Yeah, Elden Ring build creation is like 10 out of 10. It's great. Good stuff. Say what you want about Kim K, but her energy drinks are good. Yeah. She's the goat. Shout out to Kim K. A whip run is the perfect thing you can do. A whip run? Why is that? All energy drinks taste like piss to me. That's because you haven't had the Kim K juice. Elden Ring movie soon? Surely tomorrow. Water is better? I agree. Silk Song soon? Yeah, surely tomorrow. Are you gonna use that bleed consumable in the DLC? No, because you have to farm for it. Flame Gummy Strength will do fine. Jack Black as Godfrey? Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I should have picked up Sacred Order. I'm gonna get Sacred Order after this. Sacred Order. Wait, I need to buy a dagger because I have a dagger already for Golden Bell. True. Fuck. Wait, if we're gonna have like 3 daggers equipped. That means that it's not gonna be as light. That means I'm probably not gonna benefit as much of the Blue Dancer's Charm. I'm gonna go for it. Go for the kill. I mean, I could just go naked. Because I'm going to have 3 daggers equipped and a seal. And I might as well use an armor set. It's not going to be that much more damage. That's fine. We'll go stick with these. This is good enough. This is good enough. Is this skill better than the Asher in any way? Yeah, I talked about it in my video. My dagger video today. it has a faster like initial casting animation because like regular Bloodblade it consumes a bit of HP, but it's just for the first cast, and it does like this little hand cutting animation, whereas like Reduvia completely bypasses that, so it's like a bit faster, and obviously that no HP loss. And it scales of AR, so it scales of both dexterity. I can scale of either of dexterity and arcane, whereas Bloodblade is just for arcane, and it's typically going to be better at later levels. And Reduvia does have a bit higher base bleed build-up, so like, as lower arcane levels, it's going to get better bleed as well. But that's basically it, because when it comes to FP cost, stamina cost, damage, the fact that you can put it on a better weapon type, like a curved sword or a katana, and even potentially stance damage too if you put it on those weapons, those are just going to do it better. Just gonna do it better. Do you get a passive buff from the total shield? Yes, you get faster stamina recovery speed.
I can govern my own movement.
It's like half as effective as the talisman, so I don't know. It's not like the most amazing thing, but it's still more, and I'm not really doing anything else. But I can replace it for Sacred Order now, which I should go grab. They no longer make Kimade? Sad? Damn. Rip the Kimcade juice. I wish the Solitude helm looked a tad different. Did you? Kinda ironic that the turtle increases stamina. Why is that? Kimcade died? No, the... It's talking about her juice. Stay on topic. A turtle is slow? The turtle is slow. But let's talk about stamina, though. Stamina is not really, like, synonymous with speed, right? Cool, Sacred Order. What the hell is Agrodon's me? Okay. Turtle Shield goated. We need to have a Ninja Turtles Souls game. They always make these arcade Ninja Turtle games. They need to make a Souls-like Ninja Turtles game. And there you can have your class-based system in your skill tree if you wanted to. I want to play as Raphael. Shredder would be a peak boss for real. It would actually be good. Somebody make it, please. I'll do anything. Okay, what am I doing? What did I just get? I need to buy a dagger. That's right. Should I use a flame art or a lightning infusion for Millennia? Well, if you have a faith build, then I'd go with the flame art infusion, because she's weaker to fire damage. And she's only weaker to lightning damage if you're standing inside the water, which is kind of like the same damage negation as the fire damage at that point. So yeah. Probably that one. Well, it depends on your build. If you have dexterity build, then go with the lightning infusion. But if you have a faith build, then go with the flame art infusion. Eastern Capital Rampart. Get 8 slices of pizza to heal you back when you sit at the bonfire. That'd be lit. I mean, they could make it like a more dark toned Ninja Turtles, like the comics and stuff. Like have it be like more dark and not be as friendly. What am I doing? Dagger, Sacred Order. Craft your own pizza? This game is pretty as fuck. Mm, 2012 show was peak. I grew up with the 2003 Ninja Turtles, but like I would have watched it around about 2007, which would have been like season 5 or 6 or something like that. That's the one that I grew up with. The turtles in Injustice 2 are pretty cool looking. Yeah, I don't play fighting games. You're pretty as fuck. Thank you. Try Dark Souls 3. What's it for? What Souls game do you recommend for someone who's only played Elden Ring for like 1,000 hours? Well, like yeah, Dark Souls 3 is the most like Elden Ring, but like, and if you've like seen the Souls games being played and you kind of want to get that feeling, and you want to play the other Souls games, I recommend the starting from the beginning. Are you Gen Z? I think so. I was born in 99. Does that make me Gen Z? I think. Watched one of the early 90s? Oh yeah. I've seen that one too. It's like 87. The original. That one's good. I love the turtles. They're great. Did you ever got scared with the horror games? I don't like playing horror games. I've only played one, and that was actually last year during Halloween. I played... Stop that. Hey! I played Outlast 2, and I had like nightmares for the entire day. Or for the entire night, I guess. It was not good. Not a horror game fan. I won! That was a lot harder of a fight than it should have been. I remember my first time playing Bloodborne. Or actually, first time loading it up. You know, back in 2015. I was gonna play it like at nighttime. Because when I finally installed. Get home from school. Load up the game. And like I open up the main menu. And I hear that music cut in. And I'm like, maybe not tonight. Might play it in the morning instead. Yeah, Bloodborne is, that's a fucking horror game. 100%. But the main menu music is like spooky as hell. Like, tell me it's not when you first loaded up Bloodborne. It's like, oh shit. It's just scary. And I got scared like so much when I got killed by those jailers, and I got sent to the Hypogean jail. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And like I walk outside and you hear that music, and I'm like, oh my god. I just turn off the game instantly. It's like, I'll deal with this later. Crazy stuff. Definitely a horror game. I haven't used this thing since launch. Was it ever nerfed? No. I don't think so. It's still good. It's probably a bit outclassed, but it's still good. Since when you play these Souls games, you're so good. I've been playing these games for like over 10 years now. And I'm still a virgin. Thank you, Michael Zaki. I'll get the Lord of Blood Excitation after this boss. How did that hit me? How did that one hit me? My spacing is, not good. Hit punch? Oh, that was so nice. Thank you, game, for listening to me. Yui, you're the goat. Thanks. The stamina cost is so high. Oh, that should not have hit me. I wanted to jump that, and it didn't jump. Could've used it again there, he would've died. But if I missed, then I would've died. Thought those spiders were creepy in the manse or whatever? The spiders in the manse. What spiders in the manse? So the trailer for the Elden Ring anime. I haven't seen a trailer for an Elden Ring anime, no. Do you shop at Costco? Sometimes. Stop moving so much. Oh my god, you're annoying. The big fat spiders? Or like in the nightmare, the nightmare of Mensis? Check out that area. Yeah, I hate spiders. They're the worst. Let's go grab the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. Have you already made a video on the best great axes and axes in the Souls games? No, I have not. We have yet to do an axe marathon. I'm not sure what the next marathon's gonna be. I know I actually wanted to do a miracle marathon. Or a faith marathon. Where I just go over like the best... Why am I killing that thing? I go over like the best faith build in every single game. Because I was actually gonna do best faith weapon in every game. But the thing is... Some weapons, some faith weapons in some of the games are like not that good. And like the best faith weapons would be like a regular weapon with like a faith infusion. And I kind of talk about some of the spells, so... I'll probably make a best faith builds in every game. Or like, you know, one of the best builds. It's not going to be like the actual best. Because, you know, there's probably going to be lots of builds that are just as good as that one. Of the ones that I make. A spear marathon? Could do a spear marathon. Haven't done spears, haven't done straight swords. I literally haven't done a great sword marathon either. Haven't done axes, haven't done regular hammers. Haven't done thrusting swords. I could also do claws. That could be cool. Catch flame build best in Elden Ring. Maybe. I mean, just be Blasphemous Blade spam, I guess. For the best faith build. It's kind of like, there's many different faith builds you can make. You can either make a Blasphemous Blade. I didn't do that. Or you can make like a spell-based build like, you know, Catch Flame and Ancient Dragons, Lightning Strike and whatnot. I bought Sekiro and I have no idea about anything. Any tips? Spam block the entire game. It works out. Just spam deflect. It works every time. Without fail. And unlock Mikiri counter at the beginning. Mini bosses drop very important items, so trying to kill them when you can. I don't know. Sekiro's not like that complicated to like, you know, learn or get a grasp of. Because there's not much like, there's not much going on in Sekiro. It's not like an RPG with all the, like these different weapons and all these different stats and whatnot to like worry about. And like even navigating the game is not that complicated, so. You just gotta grasp of things. Like for me, I played it like a Dark Souls game. Like when I first came out, for like the first few bosses. And it wasn't until like my third boss where I was like, oh, deflecting is actually important. So. And at that point, the game was pretty easy for me. There's some bosses that you know, messed me up, but wasn't that bad. I kind of popped off my first playthrough of Sekiro. Got that shit day 1. Beat it in like 2 days. Great game. Give me that one. Give me that one. Maybe 2 of them are bad. Yeah. Asian took me forever. Yeah, Asian was the boss that took me the longest. That was like about 5-6 hours, I will say. That was actually the end of day 2. So actually, the game took me 2 and a bit days to beat. Because like I was at the end of like day 2 playing the game where I got to like Ishin, and I was like stuck in it for like hours. And I was like tired. I was like, whatever, I'll do this tomorrow. And I did it within like the first like 10 minutes the next day. So this is one of those things. So it didn't take me 2 days to beat. It was 2 and a bit. I fucking hate this game. Anyway. I see you're just starting this game. You should try this later weapon called Rivers of Blood. You'll become good. Maybe I should. I heard it's the best weapon. I paused Sekiro because I hate that I don't know where to go. Honestly, Sekiro was one of the games where I was like, I don't know. I played the game blind and I didn't actually have to look up anything. I think it was like the only game at that point when it came out that I didn't have to look up anything as to where to go. I was like flowing through that game. I was like popping off. Die. 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 Damn it, if I had regular Bloodblade, I would have won there. No. Nice. No. No. Stop that. No. This is fine. Easy game. Cool. The Lord of Blood's Exaltation. The Blazing Bull took me 3 hours, but Ishin took me 10 tries. Blazing Bull was like a boss that I've never understood why people had problems with it. I don't think I've ever had a problem with that. Moog Shackles? I could pick up Moog Shackle and like just one cycle him even quicker. I don't think I need to though. Okay, Lord of Blood. Cool. Let's go kill that Morgoth dude. You're just spamming? Yes. Because the boss was spamming, so I spam back. I'll spam this until you play either Kingsfield, Ancient City, or Shadow Tower Abyss. Both are amazing. I was actually thinking of doing like playing an older games, like an old FromSoft marathon, where I play the older games and stuff. So yeah. Exen, I don't know how to say your name, but what's going on, man? Buff number 1, buff number 2, buff number 3. I should have... I still have the dexterity tier on. Are you having fun? I'm having an okay time, yeah. Are you having fun, Kara? How you feeling?
Graceless, tarnished.
The bull did way too much damage and you can't block him properly. I just like walked around him and stuff. I don't know.
With these thrones.
Let us say Kingsfield and Shadow Tower. I mean, like, I look at the older Kingsfield games, I'm like, look, it's cool. And I'll go play them, and I'll be like, this is like shit. Because it's like old. But then again, I played Armored Core. I played the old Armored Core games, and I enjoyed them. So maybe I enjoy Kingsfield. Maybe.
General Radahn.
But the best part about Armored Core, the older Armored Core games, is not the combat, because the combat sucked. It was more about making the builds. So maybe if I can make cool builds in those games, then it might be okay.
Willful traitors.
My head still hurts, but I'm chilling. I'm sorry. Hopefully you get better soon.
Thy kind are all of a piece.
Get some prayers up for Kara. She's feeling sick. I was only half. I'm sorry. Exen Mensch. My bad.
Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
I did not beat him. The bull glitched and I won. That counts as a W. Anyway. Chad, who do you think has the best voice acting in the Soul series? Which character? Because Margaret and Morgoth have to be up there, right? And Gold Mask. Top 2. You know who I actually like as well? Egon. Egon of Karim in Dark Souls 3. That's like another like Morgoth type of voice. It's like, ooh. Godric? Godric is pretty good too, yeah. And also, you know, Elden Ring Egon too. Rani is underrated, but her voice is pretty cool, yeah. The thing is, like, a lot of like the female voices, they didn't like, you know, have them be that emotion, like have that much emotion. These are the ones that actually, like, you know, yell at us, like Egon. We need to have like the female version of Egon. There's another Egon. I think it's pronounced Igon. Igon? I think it is Egon. I forget. I don't know. They're spelled differently. But there's a Dark Souls 3 NPC. The one that's next to Homegirl. What's her name? Irina. What are you buffing with your bleed? What am I buffing with my bleed? What do you mean? It's still a great Ashwar despite being outclassed by Bloodblade? Yeah. I mean, it still serves its purpose as like, it's probably like a bit easier to use and more friendly due to it not having that slightly longer animation and not consuming health. And, you know, it's somber based weapon. So, it's cool. If you're gonna go with a dagger, even though like Bloodblade and like a great knife and Bloodstained dagger might perform better in terms of damage, I'd still rather go with the Reduvia. Swoop. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. We got W's for Swoop with the resub. So we got to 40 Arcane. I mean, they got to fight the Fire Giant next, and he's pretty resistant to bleed, so. Lord of Blood, Warriors, Jar Shard. This is going to be the setup. We can try and go to... What's his name? Moog right now to get the White Mask. I could probably go there when I go to the Consecrated Snowfield. Because I want to get the Thorny tier as well, so. Well, my damage, I mean, I have a +9 weapon. You know, Morga doesn't have much health, and with a +9 weapon, and with 40 Arcane, should be doing that. I think at this point I probably benefit more of going into Dexterity, but the Blood Loss build up won't really be as effective. But yeah, it's got, yeah, Warrior, Jar Shard, Ritual Sword, Wing Sword Insignia, Lord of Blood. And I'm using Golden Bow, Ash of War, and Sacred Order, just in the offhand. Rani is way too dominating for no reason. She's like hiding a small doll and demanding stuff. That's because she's a boss. She's a girl boss. She's been through some shit, you know? Does things on her own terms. I'm a Cromwell the Pardoner from Dark Souls 2. One of the best voice acting ever. That's the most like random choice of all time. Cromwell. I don't remember what he sounds like. Because I don't really ever speak to him. Except for to like get like another... He like sells some spells, right? Kind of forget. That was he pardons your sins too, but I don't really worry about that. Why are you only using one dagger in this run? Because we're not really continuing. We're kind of done with the dagger marathon. We're just doing like a Reduvia run. Because like, I don't know. I wasn't going to do like a dagger marathon for Elden Ring. And like, I didn't know what to do for today's run. So I just decided to do a Reduvia. Because I haven't done one. Haven't done a Reduvia run. Because I basically played with like every other dagger. I mean, funnily enough, the Glintstone Chris and the Reduvia are the only runs or only weapons that I haven't done a run with. Because like, they've just been like they're really easy. So like, I don't know. Haven't really bothered. Patches is probably the most iconic voice. Probably. Been through shit. She caused the shit. She did cause a lot of shit. That is true. But it wasn't from nowhere. She has her reasons. But she can be one of the villains for a lot of people in the game. The priest that you find at the church, and I know who he is. I just don't remember what he sounds like. Chill stream? Is it chill stream? Maybe. Gold Mask is the only good ending morally. Why is that? Is it because like nothing happens? I would have helped Rani during the Knights of the Black Knives myself, even though I think Godwin would have been hot. Okay. Fair enough. Better than yesterday's stream? I was talking about playing Bloodborne. Fia's ending too? Wait, Fia has an ending? What's Fia's ending? You killed me by saying that's the most random choice? I mean, I've never, like, heard about that voice being really good, you know? So, yeah. Well, to be fair, I don't really know much about Dark Souls 2 NPCs in themselves, so... Don't really know about much of people's opinions on them. I thought we did Fia's endings. Did we? I don't know. Can you do a run where you test the Black Knight Greatsword across all the Soul series? We can do a Greatsword marathon where we're probably going to play with every single Black Knight Greatsword, so... Could do that. The sky is like how it is in Fortis Axes? I think I remember that. I think so. So that's another thing about the cutscenes. Like, the ending cutscenes are so, like, forgettable. Especially in this game. Like, you just sit in a fucking chair. And, like, even the ones that, like, look slightly cool. Like, what even happens? Like, they should, like, tell us, like, you know, like a 10 years later type situation. Like, this is what happened afterwards. This was the actual, like, result of your actions. I don't know. Maybe they just leave it up for interpretation, or just leave it up for, like, you know, just in case I want to make a sequel or some shit. I don't know. It's about the journey? That's fine and all, but, like, you can still want to have, like, a more concrete conclusion to a video game. Getting the Moonlight Sword in every Souls game? That was, like, the first marathon that I did. A Moonlight Sword marathon and ranking the Moonlight Greatswords. I decided Elden Ring today and I've been binging your guide. I'm at the parts where you keep dying to the ball. I keep dying to the ball? I don't remember my guide. Well, like I was farming the ball in the Dragon Burrow. Did Dung Eater and Fear? Maybe. I think so. That you play this game for several years and you haven't done a Reduvia Pew Pew run yet? No, I have never done a Reduvia run. It's because I thought it was too easy. And I think I already did a Bloodblade run like a long time ago. And I was like, what's the point of doing a Reduvia run? But like there's some like weapons that I've yet to do a complete playthrough with. Like I haven't done this run. I haven't done a Wing of Estelle skill-based run. I haven't done a Dark Moon Greatsword projectile run. Haven't done a Glintstone Chris run. I don't think I've even done a Death's Poker run either. Like, there's some weapons that I was like... Because typically I like to do the runs because there's probably some things that I can learn about them. But, like, there's nothing to really learn about some of these things. It's like, they're really good. They do a lot of damage. There's not really many, like, things that you can learn. Like, I just did recently do, like, my first Blasphemous Blade run. Like, 2 weeks ago. I didn't learn anything. We've confirmed that it's broken. Will you play Kazan on release? Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. I want to see what the hype is for that game. I might put like a poll in my YouTube chat. I mean my YouTube community section and see if people are going to be playing that game. And depending on the results might be dependent on whether or not I play that. But then again, I actually remember putting a poll on my YouTube community page asking if people actually were more excited about Lies of P or Lords of the Fallen coming out. And people are more excited about Lords of the Fallen. Actually, I did that poll including Black Myth Wukong as well. I was like, which of these 3 games are you most excited for? And that was like after the beta or the demo for Lies of P 2. And Lies of P was like at the bottom. People like were not excited about Lies of P at all. And I was like, even after the demo, I was like, damn. Because I was the one that was like, most excited. Because actually... Myself, I was more excited for Lords of the Fallen because like I like that game more aesthetically. So I was more excited for that. But then after playing the demo for Lies of P, I was like, nah, this one's gonna be better. You viewers? I don't think it was just I don't know. I mean, like half of my people that vote on the community page probably aren't even like viewers of mine, but. It was like a long time ago, obviously. But yeah, Lies of P hype was not that big. Like even when the game first dropped, there wasn't really many like players playing the game. That's why like when I made my videos for Lies of P, my videos got like so many more views than like anybody else's because like nobody like relevant actually made any videos for that game. Except for like Ongbal. Ongbal was like the only other one. And he was like doing different content than I was. Because I was doing like ranking videos and stuff. And he was doing like, you know, what he does. But Lies of P just like stuck because, you know, the game is actually really good. Lords of the Fallen, day 1 was unplayable. Yeah, day 1 Lords of the Fallen was a mess. Pretty poor performance. I feel like Endotria had more hype than Lies of P. Did it? Maybe. I thought Lords of the Fallen... Wait, I thought Lords was cool, but I found that the Shadow Realm or whatever you can go to is annoying. Yeah. That's like the... it's like the most interesting part of the game, but it's like the worst part of the game too. Because, like, the Umbral World was responsible for, like, one, a lot of, like, the really bad performance issues. And, like, really bad ganks as well. Because, like, everything that could spawn in the normal world could also spawn in the Umbral World. So you're dealing with twice as many enemies than you normally would. And, like, a lot of the... Like, the Umbral World in every single location looks the exact same. So, like, a lot of the areas... A lot of the rooms look very, like, much identical, and it's hard to navigate sometimes. And like half the time, like it was kind of like marketed as like, hey, look, you can go choose between different worlds and like, you know, you can benefit of either one. But like for the Umbra world, you had to be in the Umbra world just to be able to progress the game for like most of it. Especially like the second half of the game. Like you had to be in the Umbra world like almost all the time. Just to do those like stupid puzzles. And like even then the puzzles are like so basic and shit. So like when games try to do like a specific mechanic because they wanted to have something different, you know, it just ends up being like a gimmick half the time. It's like we need to have something that separates us from like the other Souls games. It's like we're gonna have this cool concept to where you can have like 2 separate worlds in one. It's like it sounds cool, but like it's just a gimmick. So like just focus on making the game good and refined. I feel like it's more important to have like different combat elements to make your game different, which they didn't really do. See you, Otto. You have a good one, man. You have a good one. But they did actually change a lot of those things. Like, there's like a lot of updates that they made for Lords of the Fallen. I think they fixed a lot of those issues, but it's still, you know, still could be better. And the final boss is like an absolute monstrosity. You think Reduvia power stance with Black Knife from the Dragon Cult build will be good and fun? I mean, it won't be optimal by any means because that's like, you know, for different builds, right? One's a Faith weapon, one's an Arcane weapon. But you can make them work and it could be fun. Like, it can be viable. Most of the bosses are easy in Lords of the Fallen? Yeah. They did actually buff them at some point too. They just like buffed a lot of them to just have them get more health. And I think do more damage too. But like getting from boss to boss was like way more challenging than actually fighting the bosses. Which kind of felt like the whole like Dark Souls 1 formula. But the Dark Souls 1 formula really honed in like the actual level design and good enemy placement. And have like the actual like boss run back be a part of the actual like boss experience. Where that really wasn't a thing in Lords of the Fallen. Like they put the checkpoints right next to the boss and so... And it was just easy. I love Reapers. Do you think any Reapers are worth using or are good in Dark Souls 2? No. No. Reapers or the Scythes in Dark Souls 2 are a terrible class. They're awful. They're like the worst in that game. It's because like they have like there's like a sweet spot damage mechanic to where like if you hit with the blade of the weapon, it does, you know, that bonus damage. But if you miss with the blade of the weapon, you're doing like so much less damage and it's like laughably bad. Like, what's the best of the worst? I think the Bone Scythe would probably be the best of the worst. Probably. That one or the Scythe of Forlorn? The Forlorn Scythe. One of those two. I think the Bone Scythe is probably more versatile. Because I think Forlorns you probably have to go into like more of a dark-based build, right? You can make it, actually does pretty well with a poison infusion. So you can go with like a poison Forlorns. And it does get like a heavy attack that hits multiple times. So you can go with like a poison Forlorns. And that could be pretty viable. That's probably what you can do. What am I doing? I need to re-roll up my flasks. But yeah, they just feel like terrible to use. Like they have really annoying movesets that feel like they miss. Like the first initial like light attack, it staggers them further. And like the follow-up light attack can actually just miss because it has like less range. The heavy attacks for like those big flurry multi-hit combos like the Fallen Scythe has consumes way too much stamina. And yeah, the sweet spot mechanic just sucks because like the blade portion of the Scythe has like a really small hitbox, and if you miss with that, you're doing like half the amount of damage. It's like really bad. Really bad. Damn. That just feel terrible to use. And the thing is, most of them don't even get bleed, but like bleed sucks in Dark Souls 2 anyway, so. I mean, like, you can make them work. Like, if you really want to use them because they look cool, like, they can still be viable. But like, they're still one of the worst classes in the game. He's got to go to the second phase. I should have just committed, honestly. Firebird in all the games pre-Freight Scythe. Don't walk into the fire, please. Nice bleed proc. I use Reduvia for phase 2 Fire Giant for my level 1 run. How did that work out for you? I played with Ramina's Halberd today. I don't know what's with this weapon. Doesn't have a very strong damage OP skill, but for some reason the weapon is very convenient to use. I mean, the weapon is perfectly fine. Like, it gets like really good range. It gets slashing damage. It gets the Guardian Swordspeed moveset. Gets a really good arcane scaling. Comes with passive rod. Like, the only thing it's missing is like an actual good damaging skill. That's it. And like, if Scarlet Rod actually scaled with Arcane, that would have been pretty convenient too. But yeah, if the skill actually did really good damage, it'd be nice. But like, the skill is just kind of weird because it doesn't really do good rot build-up, and it doesn't really do good damage. So it's like, what's the point of using it? Like, it can be kind of used to like get in and out of cover, so maybe like a hard target to hit. It might build up rot like a slight bit faster. I don't know, like, you can close in the gap nicely, but like, I don't know, there's no, it needs more damage, more stance damage, probably even better rot build-up. Like, it just needs something. Something. Is there too much L2 spam in Elden Ring? I don't think so. I mean, like, the game, it's definitely the meta to just like L2 spam. But like, it's an option, you know? Like, you don't have to do that. And there's like lots of different types of builds that you can make. I mean, L2 spam is like the most popular because like typically the most flashiest types of attacks will end up being the L2 attack. And it's just like very easy to build around. Got some more dexterity going on. Got some more endurance. But like, you can make really strong builds, like just as strong as like skill spamming builds. Things like charged heavy attack builds, even guard countering builds, jumping attack builds. Even just like R1 spamming builds can be pretty good too, depending on the weapon. It's like, there are some things out there that could be like just as good. Obviously, depending on the skill. Like, some skills are just going to be better no matter what. Like, you know, like a Blasphemous Blade spamming skill, like an Ice Spear spamming skill. Like, those things are just going to be probably better than anything, because the ease of use of a projectile attack makes it be so. Reduvia uses so much stamina? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why Blood Blade is typically better, because Blood Blade Ashwork consumes less. Anyone have recommendations for Ashes of War for a dual-wield Bandit's Curve Swords? Well, like, for the Bandit's Curve Swords, like, your main source of damage is going to be the light attacks or your jumping attacks. You don't typically need to have a weapon skill. So you just go with like weapon buffs. So like Braggart's Roar is a really good weapon buff because it actually does give you boosted stamina recovery speed and boosted defenses as well as more damage. You can put like that one in your offhand. You could do like double Braggart's Roar, have it in both. But you could also do things like Flaming Strike or like Lightning Strike, just a buff weapon with more fire damage or lightning damage. I don't know, something for like neutral game like Quick Step or yeah, Raptor of the Mists. But if you did want to have like a damaging based option, Spinning Slash I think is the best option for the curve swords because it's a good complement as it does do like a decent amount of stance damage and it staggers enemies pretty well. So enemies like Knights or like Omens that don't get staggered by like light attacks of a curve sword, But when you have spinning slash, they do. So when you fight those particular enemies, that one might be a good option. So it's like decent utility. And it's like good stance damage, which you typically lack with the curve sword as well. So if you wanted a damaging option, I'd recommend that one. But for the most part, I would just go with like damaging, like damage boosting stuff. Convergence has got updated today? Yeah, I saw. I might play the Convergence mod sometime soon. Occult blood tax weapon recommendations. Great katana. And we can go with like a Naga Keeper as well. I think the Naga Keeper is going to have a slightly faster attack with that. Because I think with the larger weapons, like a Great Katana, blood tax is a slightest bit slower. But I think the Great Katana is like the best pairing. But if you haven't gone to the DLC yet, then maybe like a Naga Keeper. The Cross Naginata could do pretty well. Yep. Can you equip blood tax on a Great Spear? Yes. You can. But unfortunately, there's no like blade-based Great Spear that can be infused, so not really much of a need of an occult-based one. But like a bleed-infused sword lance with blood tax is good. That's a heavy thrusting sword though, but yeah. Wait, no, I'm not sure if you can put blood tax. Hey, can you put blood tax on a Great Spear? I think you can. Pretty sure you can. They're adding shaders to Minecraft after 12 years? Shaders to Minecraft? No way. What games are you playing in your spare time? Recently Destiny 2. Recently that. I haven't been playing games in my spare time in a long time. If I was playing one, it's just that one. Otherwise, I just play them on stream for the most part. Because I don't really have the time. I don't have the time. Because I'm just like making videos and stuff or streaming, so. There's like a bunch of games out there that I want to play. And now would be a good time to do them. Did I miss a sub like 20 minutes ago? Did I say thank you to Swoop? I think I did. I finished with Destiny 2 recently. Played it for 7 years, and I decided that it's time to retire. That's fair. I mean, I've been playing it like off and on for like, you know, about 10 years now. Ugh. Yeah. I mean, I played it a lot for like a couple years, but like as soon as Elden came out, I haven't played it much, obviously. I have like a couple of seasons where I played a decent amount, but like for the most part, it's been ignoring it and shit because I've been making content. Will you ever play Stellar Blade or Ghost of Yote? I mean, I'll probably play Ghost. Stellar Blade, I don't really know. I mean, I played the demo for Stellar Blade and it was pretty fun. I'm not sure if I played that game though. Maybe if it's on sale, like really cheap. One of these days I might mess around and play with it. But I have like a bunch of other like Souls games out there that I probably want to touch on first, maybe. Or Souls-like or Souls-adjacent games. But I think I might play Ghost, yeah. Why not? Why not? Oh, I suck at this game. How did I miss a dodge like that one? Why would you do that to me? How did you not die? Spam! Spam! Stellar Blade is overrated as fuck? I mean, where is it typically rated? I don't know. Like, I've heard that people like the game. It's pretty cool, but I don't think I've heard like amazing things about the game. It didn't like win any awards, did it? Cool. Seems to be a worse Nier Automata? Yeah. That's the reason why I played Nier Automata on stream, because I was like, I was gonna play Stellar Blade, and I was like, wait a minute, I haven't played Nier Automata yet. Like, that just seems like a better version. But like, I actually kind of play differently, because like Stellar Blade has like deflecting and stuff. I think the only similarities is that, like, you know, hot chick action. But I think Stellar Blade has more RPG elements, right? And there's different weapons and stuff, and there's like bonfires and shit, and other skill trees and whatnot. I don't know. Both are Gruner games? Probably, yeah. I mean, Nier Automata is very much a nice fleshed out game. It was cool. Some things that was kind of annoying about it, like I don't know. I hate the checkpoint system. And it got pretty repetitive towards the end. And honestly, I didn't care for like any of the characters, I'm not gonna lie. I mustn't lie. There was not a single character in Nier Automata that I actually cared for. Stellar Blade doesn't have multiple weapons. Okay, cool. I don't know, if it's not like on sale one of these days, we might go fuck around and find out. We'll see. Because I didn't mind playing the demo. It was pretty fun. No shot of Alexander? I have the warrior jar shot. I killed him, so. Oh, I gotta go get the Somber Stone. I forgot to go to the Consecrated Snowfields to go get the thing over there. The Somber Stone over there. Nah, it's fine. That's okay. Why would you move your head that way? How did you track that good? Oh, hello. You just wake up from your nap? Hi, baby. Wait, there's a bird chasing me. Give me a sec. That's a hawk? My bad, I thought it was a bird. Why are you wearing a hoodie? It's summer over there? It's not summer anymore. It is in fact autumn. It's like low 20 degrees right now, so that's good enough for hoodie weather. It's very cloudy outside. It's fall. Get it? Because the leaves fall. Somebody ban that bum. Isn't that summer all year round in Australia? No, maybe depending where you live, but not in Sydney. Hoodies are cozy? Yes. Your cat is humongous? No, she's not. She's gotten bigger. I want to say humongous. Okay. Let's go get this to +10. I wanted to get the Thorny tier. Because that could be like up to 20% more damage, but only at point blank range though. Like, do I really benefit that much? I don't know. Maybe later. Yes, are you okay? 20 degrees is apparently hot for me. I couldn't live in Australia. Yeah, 20 degrees is pretty cool. I like cold and no sun. Damn. This depends where you live, huh? I can't do my homework. The website isn't loading. Looks like you don't do it then. Big screen, please. She's like licking herself right now. You're so cute. Come to India, it's 40 degrees. No, I don't plan on it. She's gotten so big? Yeah, she has. Golden Vow. Flame. Sacred Order. This should be good. Dodge to the side. Dodge to the side. Dodge to the side. And then go overhead slam. We walk backwards. Simple as that. Next time you guys have the problems with the beast clergyman, that's all you gotta do. Just sideways dodge until the overhead slam comes out, and then long opening. Very long opening. I go to the second phase. That might hit me. It didn't go. Because I said that like I walked forwards, it wasn't gonna hit me. But... hard game, by the way. I'm very confused about weapon skill scaling. Would Eruption on a Colossal weapon do the most damage on a Heavy or Fire Infusion at 80 Strength? I'm Heavy Infusion. Because one, typically Heavy Infusions are just going to work better than Fire Infusions if you have a Strength-based build because you get a better scaling. And you don't have to worry about split damage. And there are like a decent amount of enemies that are resist to fire damage in the game. And also... fire-based skills scale off the strength-based stat, and with a heavy infusion, you get a better strength scaling. So you're actually going to get more damage out of Eruption with a heavy infusion than you would with a fire infusion. Funnily enough, stop. Whatever. Go ahead and bite it. I don't care. Yeah. Do you want mind? I don't mind. Here's some more endurance. Might go to more dexterity after this boss because I want more damage. And I think at this point I'm probably going to benefit more of dex. Because we want to have lots of damage for Radabeast because we're not going to be able to proc bleed. I mean, I could go into, I could go to Mulgan's Palace first. I live in a Vladivostok. What the hell does that even mean? Vostok. Sounds very exotic. Play with Saba? Do you want to play the game? Okay. Let's go kill Gideon. Let's go deliver a bunch of back shots. Hold up. Ow! Don't do that again. That fucking hurt.
I commend your spirit for the life. None shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle.
Oh my god, look at this bum. Don't heal! Oh my god. God, I love NPCs so much. I have the Lord of Blood on. Ugh. She just digged right into my leg. Damn. It's a Russian city. Oh, okay. Is Darkwind Greatsword still considered a top 3 weapon? I'd say so, yeah. Top 3, top 5. Be around about there. It's amazing. She went right in there as well. She didn't even, like, it wasn't even falling off or nothing. She just like digged it right in there. Just chilling. That hurt. What if every NPC had 14 flasks? Then I'd uninstall the game. 25 endurance and then I guess some more dexterity. Right, do I benefit more of dexterity? Okay, 353. Yeah, I'm getting more damage out of dexterity. Cool. I should go get the dexterity tier. That's what I should be doing. Go get the dex tier. Did you watch Adventure Time? Not much, but I've seen Adventure Time when I was a bit younger, yeah. Did I watch it as much as some other shows when I was younger, but I watched it a handful of times. I don't think it was typically like on... I don't think it was like really my generation of cartoons, I think. Maybe it would have been. But I think I watched it a bit later. Maybe like when my siblings were like watching TV or something like that. I think it was like around about then. Because when I was growing up, I was watching Pokemon, Ninja Turtles. There was like a show called fucking Rollbots. I remember watching that. What else was I watching when I was a kid? It's not like random shit. Obviously, like Disney Channel was pretty big, so random Disney shows. Shit like Camp Laszlo, Chowder, them shits. What's the minimum amount of vitality I need to get through the Bloodborne Chalice dungeons? Well, it depends which Chalice dungeons that you're doing. I haven't done Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne in the longest time, so I don't remember. Have you turned 26 yet? No, I turned 26 next week. Next week? Yeah, next week. Why is there no arcane tier? I don't know, but why didn't I put on the dexterity tier? No one remembers Chowder? Interesting. It was a funny show. Also, Phineas and Ferb too. I watched a lot of that. That was pretty, like, yeah. You play that one. My friends think I'm gaslighting when I bring it up. Chowder? I think it was the most popular thing, but should be popular enough. Fist of the North Star was great. There wasn't really much anime on TV except for like Pokemon, Bakugan. That was about it. My birthday is next week too. Nice.
A long while, Morgoth.
The one with the queen. Oh, well, I recommend being at like end game level, so at least 40.
Tarnished warrior,
That'd be nice.
spurned by the grace.
Long and hard. Long and hard. I'm gonna play Baldur's Gate 3. Good luck, buddy. Hope it goes well for you. Should miss me there. Oh, fantastic. Go transform. He's gonna transform. Actually, it gives my time to get my stamina back. Now do it. Fantastic. Second phase me. Beautiful. Oh, God. We're so fine.
That will be all. Thou didst me good
I need to go get the Thorny tier, and we might go... Should I go to Mogwin's Palace in the DLC now, and then go do, like, Redabeast last, or no? Sure. Sure.
I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as Horaloo. Warrior!
Die, die, die. Oh, he's gonna get my stamina back. Wow. What a nice person. Go transform. What a funny weapon. Now, like I see it, because this boss is gonna be immune. And immune bosses.
Now I fight as Horaloo.
Means I'm not gonna be doing good
Warrior.
damage. So we might come back later. Get some more dexterity, get some more arcane. Actually, we'll go dump it to Vigor for the DLC. Don't know why he doesn't get damage negation during his transformation? Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't. Because especially when other bosses do. But I don't know. Thankfully he does. That means I can get lots of damage. Long and hard. How'd you prefer the base game or the DLC? Maybe the base game, I guess, and because there's more stuff. Like I can make my actual builds there. Especially because by the time that I get to the DLC, I'm already tired. It feels like I'm starting the game all over again. It's like, ugh. Because in the DLC, you have to do more prep. By that prep, I mean get skeleton fragments and stuff. So it feels like you're just doing it again. And I'm at that point where I was I got to the end of the game. I just want to go fight bosses. So when I'm streaming and stuff and I'm doing these runs, it can be pretty annoying. But there's higher quality stuff in the DLC. Overall, comes level design and bosses, OST, scenery. Typically it is better. The scatter fragments do transfer to New Game Plus, yeah they do. They do. Have you ever watched Invincible? No, I've never watched Invincible. Do I have gold pickled fowl food? I do. Might pop up from Moog. Okay, 192,000 souls. Okay, Chin engine time. Teleporting to Moog. Have you watched Inside Out or Coco? I have not actually, no. Watch Invincible? Why? There are some cool bosses and some cool weapons. I mean, the weapons on average are just much better quality. The only thing the DLC was missing was just it's a couple more legacy dungeons and there's actual some bosses in some of the empty areas and that's it. That's it. If there was a legacy dungeon in the Chavez Hidden Grave, and if there was an actual decent field boss in the Cerulean Coast, maybe an extra field boss in the Abyssal Woods, and maybe the Finger Ruins, maybe. Can you not just leave me alone? We're doing great. Some empty areas, 70% of the map. Well, it's an open world game, it's just as empty as the base game. Why am I running this way? I just aggroed the bird for no reason. Is it gonna chase me now? I don't think I kill it now. What the hell is it doing? Almost died there. Base game is at least 40 to 50%. Yeah, but the DLC actually looks cooler, so. Because the major downside of having, meaning the whole point of having you know, not wanting to have empty areas for like better exploration. And like the DLC does have exploration. There's lots of like branching paths and stuff. Like the purpose, I mean, the major like benefit is like what items do you have there, right? And like for 99% of the items, like for a particular build, that is going to be useless anyway. And like once you get later into the game, like things are just going to be more useless to go grab. No matter what. Like this whole section is pretty much just fucking useless to most people anyway. Unless you're using like a bleed build, then you come here. I gotta pick up that golden seed though. So like the actual benefits for exploration is just like finding cool shit like bosses or like cool scenery, which it does that. That's half of the exploration, like just unlocking new scenery. So that's cool. Sometimes you just want to play the game, just like explore some cool areas. Just see what they look like. But it would be nice if you were like incentivized by like some actual cooler boss fights. Because like items aren't going to do it all the time. Doesn't matter how many, yeah. 'Cause, like there's lots of cookbooks in the DLC, yeah, but like 90% of the area, the items in the base game are just useless too. So having more useful items is not going to always do it. Like you want to have more stuff to like do. It's like actually fighting a boss. Arteria leaves. Still have no clue what it does. It's like a crafting material for like some of the perfume bottles, I think. I think you want to craft like the aromatic, whatever it's called. Empty areas will always be part of the open world that comes with the territory. Yeah, because like you have to have like empty areas to like see where you're going next. You actually need to be able to see further in the distance, and like empty areas just have to be part of that. And like it gives you that vibe of like, you know, the whole just going throughout the game, going through the motions. And just the exploring and the vibe and the whole open world feel. Like there's a certain aesthetic behind it. Because it's just like in real life. Celestial with the Prime sub. Thank you, man. Great W's for Celestial with the Prime subscription. The Finger Ruins is the biggest disappointment. Yeah, I mean, like, the Finger Ruins, I mean, I think that one is, like, the least offensive compared to, like, Abyssal Woods and, the Cerulean Coast and Chara's Hidden Grave. Because, like, that one is, like, it's whatever. Like, it's just there to, like, just do that one quest line. It's just, it's too big. Like, that area could have been, like, 10% smaller. Or 10% the size. And it would have served the exact same purpose. And nobody would have complained about it not having anything there. Because it's just a place to, like, just blow your finger and just leave. But they just made it, like, obnoxiously large. And it's like, well, it's such a large area. Why not fill it up with stuff? So, yeah, they could have put a boss there, but I don't know. That area should have just been, like, small. Anyway. That's crazy. I don't even one-cycle him with a Reduvia. That's wild. That stamina cost so much higher than Bloodblade. I don't know why I didn't dodge that one correctly. Whatever. You forgot the white mask? Wait, did I not? Oh yeah, I forgot to put it on. True. F tier weapon? F tier. No, I have no heals left. Converter's got a new update? Yeah, I saw. I thought he was doing the other one. I wasn't looking. Anyway. That was the cleanest fight I've ever had in my life. Did I get hit once there? Now that you've played Elden Ring, are you more aware of its flaws? I've always been critical of all the games that I played. So. But the more you play a game, the more you get aware of it. But I don't know, I've been pretty aware of its flaws for a while. 40. I made a video talking about them. Arcane? Sure, Arcane, why not? I hope we'll never see an open world Souls-like again. Those two things don't merge together. Why not? Why did they work? Like, compared to an open world game of what, you know? Like, what open world game did it well? Like, 'cause I feel like if you don't like open world games... Like, if you don't like, Elden Ring's open world, you're not gonna like any open world, right? My head is feeling better? Nice. I'm happy. Have you done this one before? No, I have not done this one before. Have you played Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I have, yeah. That feels the same thing. Like, it feels like there's a bunch of, like, empty areas you gotta run through doing the same thing from one area to the other. Like, the whole purpose of the open world is, like, just to explore the cool scenery. You might find some useful stuff that you want to use. Most of the stuff is pretty much useless. Is Elden Ring getting a new update? No, let's talk about the Convergence mod. Reduvia is too easy for most bosses. It does well. I thought you've done every Ashen spell. Now, some, like, really powerful ones I don't really bother doing, you know? Like, I haven't done a Dark Moon Greatsword run. Haven't done a Death's Poker run. Like, some things that just don't... There's no point. It's not worth, you know? It's like, this is just one of them. Like, I wasn't even gonna, like, do this run, but, like, I had nothing else to do. Like, I had no other ideas. So we're just doing this. I wasn't gonna do a Glintstone Chris run either, because I actually haven't done that one. But, like, I know both are gonna be incredibly easy. I swear you've done Death's Poker? I don't think I have. I've played with it on some, like, runs. Like, when I've done, like, a randomizer run, maybe I've gotten it. But I don't think I've done a Death's Poker run. I don't know. Thought I remembered a Death's Poker Ash run too. Maybe I'm wrong. Envoy's Longhorn Ashura run you hadn't done after the DLC? You haven't done that one. Have you done a Lightning Slash? A Lightning Slash run? Maybe? Maybe? Now I gotta look up my Death... If I've done a Death Poker run. Yui. Death's Poker... Ash only. No, I don't see it here. What the hell? Go away. I'm not gonna take down the fire golem with the Reduvia. It's not happening. I put a Death Poker run in the run submissions. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I typically just don't care to, like, do a run with powerful stuff. Because, like, the main reason I actually do these runs is to, like, help learn more about, like, the weapon skill or the weapon in particular. But, like, there's nothing to really learn about some of these, like, really broken stuff. Can that golem bleed? No. That golem cannot bleed. Eclipse Shuttle? Well, the Eclipse Shuttle weapon skill is basically impossible to do a run with. So if I was gonna do a run with the Eclipse Shuttle, it'd just be like playing with the weapon itself, which is just like... Yeah. I think I played with it a bit in my Curve Sword run, didn't I? Maybe not, actually. Maybe not. I don't think I actually played Elden Ring for my Curve Sword Marathon. A Spirit Glaive run. I haven't done one of those. But like that's... I think I've done a Sword Dance run, though. It's like the same thing. Wait, have I done a Sword Dance run? I don't know now. Even Dragon's Dogma 2 being just slightly above average had a better open world. I don't like Dragon's Dogma at all. I hate the constant like just backtracking in the game and this slow obnoxious like just getting from area to area and that game was big and empty too, right? I don't know. I didn't play the second one, so I can't speak on that. They could have used like some more like randomized stuff for like, you know what they're going to be doing with Night Rain. They could have done some like more of that shit for like Elden Ring. Like randomized encounters. Because like the only things that they had like different would be like the nighttime bosses and stuff. Because they didn't really do much for like the different... These enemies hit way too hard. I don't know. A stance only run? What stance? Elden Ring is the huge MMORPG-like map which can be considered one big dungeon, 200 hours of killing mobs with 2 buttons and nothing more. I mean, you can say that about a lot of open world games. I don't understand what you're trying to say. It's just like it's a Dark Souls game, but just open world. So it's like, it's the same thing as that, just like it's an open world formula. And like the benefits of the open world formula is that it can be pretty good for build creation because you have a lot of areas open to you, so you have more items available to you. It's like that's like the major benefit that the open world formula has for Souls. And obviously you can actually have really cool scenery because like the From Software do an amazing job at making really nice looking areas. Like cool skyboxes, cool cinematic places, and they can really cook pretty hard in an open world game to just make it look really nice. And you have like more freedoms when it comes to like enemy placement and maybe like environmental storytelling and whatnot, which are things that they also do pretty well. Have you tried that Grey Spawn mod? No, I have not. No. When the DLC came out, I went with level 168 and I beat pre-nerf Radahn while on New Game Plus 5 in the first week of the DLC release. Nice, good job. Good job. I went in at 150, I think. Which my playthrough should be up there. It was like a 24-hour playthrough. Beat it in a couple days. What am I doing? Like, oh, wing stance and stuff. Oh. I think I've done a wing stance playthrough already. I think I've done wing stance. Do a Sekiro Convergence mod. Is there a Convergence mod for Sekiro?
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere.
Let me spam my attacks more. Stop hitting me. That should not have hit me. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get into my rhythm now because you're being annoying. I'm pretty sure a Sekido convergence mod. I think there's like some overhaul mods. I don't think it's called the convergence mod though, right? That's the better spacing. I want to like lock off and then dodge, not like, you know, not do it correctly. I love the lightning phase so much. Anyway, GG. The purpose of an open world is having different activities in it, plus I need more than just a cool picture to get me involved in the game. There could have been some like more like environmental interactions and stuff. But like it's a combat heavy type of game, so like they could have done that by just adding, you know, more types of field bosses or whatnot. Or like more like actual like ruins or whatnot that have like different types of things. So there could have been more unique shit when it came to like fighting the enemies. Like there's like some, you know, like little puzzles and stuff like you have with those like rises and shit. There's like dungeons and stuff placed along the way. But it's like, it's a pretty combat heavy game, so it's not going to be like a Zelda type of shit. To where like they're going to spend a lot of time doing like random puzzles and stuff. I think it just works perfectly fine. Like they did a good job of making an open world game with the Souls formula. Like the benefits, like yeah, the benefits as I mentioned, like it's just the build creation part of it. That's like the biggest separator when it comes to the Souls formula and having an open world game. Having more hazards like those boulders and jagged peak, yeah, there could have been more shit like that. Because typically they have those like cool interactions in the legacy dungeons themselves, not like just the open world. I mean, they actually did a pretty good job with Limgrave. Like Limgrave is like the best area in the game because I had like, I don't know, great level design, like the right amount of like secrets and like well-placed dungeons, and you know, having like a dragon spawn in once you get close to like the lake or whatnot. There's like cool shit like that. But then they kind of repeat that same thing like over and over again for the other areas. It's like, I feel like the game could have benefited more if it was just like, you know, if they cut like 30% of the game and just honed in on making some more focused types of areas and just adding in more unique shit. What's going on, Tyrant? How are things, man? Is this weapon any good? I'd say it's a good weapon, yes. Might be outclassed, but it's good. No hits marathon in one stream. No. I sent you the Sekiro mod link. Thank you. Do you do speedruns? I used to do speedruns for a bit, but I don't like doing them. Because like doing speedruns means you're doing the same run every single day, multiple times a day. Like people talk about like how I'm doing playing the same game every single day. It's like at least I'm doing different runs.
Yui? Gang.
Like some streamers out there that literally do the exact same run multiple times a day, every day. And that gets annoying. Like doing prep multiple times a day, it's the worst. I like just doing one run per day, and it works that way for me. Outclassed? Isn't that a horror game or something? What's your favorite type of adult video to watch? I don't know. I have decided to get back into secondary playing Charmless with the Demon Bell. Getting my ass handed to me. That'll do it, yeah. Early game is good, especially when you first play the game. Yeah, the thing is, like, I still think, like, the reward of having good scenery as a part of the exploration is still perfectly fine. And I think there's still, like, other rewards as well. Like, there still is rewards of items and cool weapons and spells and shit that you can find. And cool secret, like, bosses and whatnot. And, like, other, like, secret, like, locations that can hit, like, lead to other locations just by hitting random walls or whatnot. So, there's, like, lots of stuff that you can do. And sometimes it can also just unlock just, like, lore. You can unlock just a random room by exploring. And this has, like... That's insane. And it could just tell a story, you know? So I think that's what the Souls formula and From Software like can really benefit off when it comes to an open world game. So there's lots of shit like that. But like open world games and its exploration is kind of fine-tuned for your first playthrough. But with the Souls formula and how like replayable the combat is, and with how like good the build creation can be sometimes, that's going to be the biggest incentive when it comes to the replay value. And the open world formula can like hurt that, and it can be like good as well, because like the open world formula can make it to where like you're running around a whole bunch, and there's no need to explore a game the second time. So like the open world formula just becomes like more tedious when you're just trying to do a second playthrough. But the benefit is that you have so many areas available to you, so where you can freely make your build without having to kill shit. So like, I think it's just all subjective. Shaman Village is a great example, yeah. Like some areas can just be like empty and not have anything there, but like if it's like a really cool moment and it's cool like atmospheric, you know, moment or cool lore scenery, then that could be perfectly fine. I think that people's like biggest problems are like when the areas like look stupid and they're empty. Or if like they're really big and they're empty, like the Abyssal Woods. Like that area is like so fucking large for no reason. And there's like literally nothing there. Like and it can make sense lore-wise, because you know, like I don't know, the madness people scared off anything that could have been useful, but like you could have thought of something and put something there. Thought of something. Like all it needs to do is just like have, I don't know, that shit was so, and without a horse as well is like the most egregious thing. That shit was awful. Awful. And they made like Midra's Manse like one of the coolest looking legacy dungeons like in the entire series. And they made it so small. Like they needed to actually fill in those areas with like just more bosses. Like having like just more mini legacy dungeons. Like they could have made like a couple more like Castle Ensis areas and put them in those locations. Or have like more just like random like ruins and shit, or I don't know. But it feels like they went. One thing I don't like about the game sometimes is like when they get later in the game, like the dungeons get a bit more complicated, but there's like less dungeons. And like I don't really care to do like these stupid puzzle dungeons like every 10 seconds. Especially with, like, when all these dungeons kind of look the same. Like, in the DLC, it's a bit different. Some of the DLC dungeons can look pretty cool. And some of the endgame dungeons can be, like, some of the best ones. Like, the ones in the Consecrated Snowfield can actually look really cool. But all the ones in the Altus Plateau I fucking hate. Like, it made me miss, like, the... Well, I don't know why it didn't keep attacking. But maybe missed like the early game dungeons, like the ones in Limgrave and stuff. I thought she was gonna die. I opened up my menu. Anyway. Like, they were just like small and simple, didn't have to be too complicated and have all this crazy ass stuff. Do you think Godfrey banged Radagon? Probably. Have you tried Black Myth Wukong? Yeah, I have. I played like half the game. I didn't finish it though. It was fine. Altus Plateau is too yellow. I don't mind it being yellow. That was fine for me. I like the changes of scenery, like different... Just covering all the different colors. Especially after Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. Those games are like just... colorless. Especially Bloodborne. There's nothing but grey. So go pop off, make all the pretty colors in the world. Thing is, like, when I play with, like, projectile attacks, sometimes you just, like, play so much worse because you just want to spam. And you don't really fight the boss correctly or normally. Like, wait for an opening and attack. You just, like, keep spamming and just hope for the best. I don't know. If I was a bit further back, I wouldn't be able to strafe that attack, but I should have just dodged at that distance. I would watch your playthrough if you played Black Myth again. Maybe. I know I did like the first 3 chapters and I just tapped out. I was like, it's fine, I guess. Why From Software trying to use depressing color palettes in the world or in their work? What? Like, why they do it? I mean, like, the games are like dark fantasy games where like it's built on like this fucking depression in itself. Like every single storyline is just depressing. And it's like a dying world where everyone's like suffering and diseases and stuff going around. It's like every single Dark Souls game is like an apocalyptic event. So having them be like dark and depressing color palettes is like not the worst thing. I think is when you have like these dark, depressing types of games with like the dull color palettes for the most part, it makes it to where like the really pretty looking areas stand out a bit more. Which is kind of cool for like Dark Souls 3, like when you had those like areas that weren't just grey. They kind of stood out a bit more. What am I doing? Dark Souls 3 basically had its color palette modeled after Bloodborne, giving it some of the color would improve. I mean, they did. It's not like when Bloodborne is more like more dark gray, whereas Dark Souls are more like a washed out gray. Like you can literally just go turn the brightness down of the game, and it could actually feel like the contrast is turned up a bit. Like I don't know, the game feels like the brightness should not be as high as it is. Oh, good dodge, idiot. Whatever. Dark Soul. I want a new Armored Core game. Same. Same. I wonder if people liked the Ring City design so much because it wasn't boring to look at. Well, like, that's a big part of level design for some people. Like, some people don't really care much for, like, how an area does, like, progress or how good the actual, like, level design actually is. Sometimes an area looking really cool can just do it for people. That's why like Fire and Missoula could be some of people's like favorite areas in the entire game. Even though like the level design is kind of mid. But like, you know, it has like cool flying dragons and it looks visually pleasing, so. People like it. I think Limgrave is peak FromSoft level design. Limgrave is amazing, yeah. Lendell and Stormveil are best? Yeah, I'd say so. What's the most beautiful and peaceful place in the Souls games? For me, it's Majula. Yeah, probably Majula, yeah. Probably. Archdragon Peak is the only dragon level that had potential to have good level design. Yeah, and they kind of fucked it up by just having stupid teleporting areas and having it be pretty small. Scum not doing a Smith script dagger run? Yeah, I saw that he was doing one. He says like the worst weapon. I was like, it's not the worst weapon. I think it changed the run. He's doing like a +0 Smith script dagger run. Isn't he? Which, like, God bless. Good luck to you, buddy. Good luck to you. Should I go that way to get the other scatter tree fragment? Might as well. How much Chad voted for him to do a +0? Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing because, like, the run was getting pretty easy, right? He probably thought it was going to be a lot harder, but, like, once he realized that, you can just sit at a safer distance and just keep spamming and, you know, stack up multi-hit talismans, use a spear talisman. You're pretty good. We told him it wasn't the worst, and today he had a pinned message saying it was statistically the worst. I mean, the pinned message was there before I messaged him. But I just didn't message him directly, I just wrote it in the chat. I was like, it's not the worst one. But I guess statistically based on damage, then I guess, like, in terms of AR, it could be, like, the lowest. But the Smithscript Dagger is like a solid B tier weapon, honestly. Solid B tier. I hate NPCs so much. Why am I even bothering fighting them? Like, what's the point? Just kill me, I don't care. I don't care. I have no benefit in fighting these guys. I gain nothing. What is level design in the common sense? I can't comprehend the term for some reason. Level design? I mean, level design is a pretty broad term. It can mean a lot of things. But basically, it's just how the areas themselves are designed. Basically, nothing too crazy. Like how the actual areas may interconnect, how they progress, how they look as a whole. There's so many things that go into making good level design. I found that new Izalith and Demon Ruins pretty cool looking. Was it? That was like some terrible, like, I think they looked shit. I didn't like the way they looked at all. Tried to use whips recently. NPC fights became a joke against all odds. Yeah, the range could be nice. Lower Undead Berg looks like a PS1 game. Probably, yeah. I played the remastered version though, which is way better than the OG game. It doesn't look that visually different. The remastered. I'm trying to now get a Dark Souls 2 Platinum. It's so hard, like me when I see Robin from One Piece. Interesting. Look at the ice-soaring lava. Oh, true, yeah, that was pretty blinding lava. Wait, no, don't transform just yet. Wait. You're doing it again? Why? Was the first time not enough? Notice that he didn't actually damage me? Come back again. Thank you. He's gonna miss me. Fucking grab attack is so stupid. Like, it's so slow at that closer range. It's so stupid! It's dumb! It's stupid! Like, why is he allowed to do the grab attack at point blank range? Stupid game. Roll to the right. Why would that be different from rolling to the left? The quality looks good. What my PC specs are? They got a 3080. Do you like doing creative builds? I like making builds. Making builds is very fun. Let's go heal through this shit. Dodge that one, please. For some reason it is. Okay. Dodge through him. Like, dodging it at a further distance is fine, but when he does it like at point blank range, it's like so slow that I always just mistime it because it's moving slowly. It's like, how do I time that? But when you're a bit further away, it's fine. You notice your controller is a DualSense? How the fuck I use a DualSense on Elden Ring? I got an Xbox controller, but I like the PS5 one so much better. Huh? I have no idea what you're trying to say. But yeah, I use a DualSense controller, yeah. Mesmer time? Yes, Mesmer time. Oh boy. I'm asking how you did. Well, I connect my PS5 controller to my PC. It's just Bluetooth. You can just connect it via Bluetooth. You put the controller in the Bluetooth pairing mode, and then you just connect it via the Bluetooth. Have you tried Timesia? No. It was my first Souls-like game. How was it? Ugh. Okay. Level up. Endurance. What else should I have? Why do I have 30 endurance? I mean, it's actually pretty good. I like having endurance. Cool concept, just very short. I see. We might go to 60 arcane, then go back into more dexterity. Why is there a legendary item in every summoning pool? Well, it's the same as the golden effigy item. I just haven't picked it up. Like, as soon as you pick it up on one, it goes away. I just don't bother picking it up because, you know, I'm not doing no co-op, I suppose, and I just ignore it. I'm gonna play Elden and Sekiro all night. Good luck. I have a task with 13 different sections. Good luck. My Elden Ring doesn't recognize my DualSense at all, even with Steam inputs on. Gotta be doing something wrong? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe gotta go fuck around with the controls. I mean, it's stupid that, like, the inputs don't... They're still, like, Xbox inputs. Can you, like, not be this annoying? I'll see you, Kaka. You have a good one, man. Mongrel intruder. What time is it? It's 2:20 p.m. Silver pickled foulfoot. I want to make a video talking about Bloodborne things that need to be added to a remaster. Because surely Sony is going to actually tell us about a remaster for the 10-year anniversary. And if they don't, we post a video on April Fools. If you have a PS controller, you should have used an Xbox controller app to connect it. How did I have an app to connect my controller? I beat Lords of the Fallen today. It was a very underwhelmed by the boss. Yeah, the final boss, like, you can actually go check out my Lords of the Fallen first playthrough. And when I fought the final boss, I was so mad. I was like, they should never make a fucking Souls game ever again. It's like, these guys should never be trusted. Like, they tried twice and they fucked up both times. I'm sick of it. I was mad. Because I literally made, like, Deacons of the Deep the final boss fight. It was, like, so shit. Like, imagine if Deacons of the Deep was the final boss in Dark Souls 3. That's basically, what Lords of the Fallen did. That did so much damage. Ugh. Ugh. Nasty work. Is Liza P worth it? Yes. It's a pretty cool game. Anyway. Dodge that one, please. The final boss was a Deacon's ripoff? Kinda. It was like a more cinematic Deacons of the Deep. Basically. It was so bad. I was expecting to be like some like second phase. Like, okay, this is like the first part of the fight. I was expecting like some Ivory King type shit. How like the first part was like some killing some trash mobs. And then, you know, the second fight, you see the actual boss coming towards you. Because you see like the big final boss right there. But you just, the entire fight is killing the mobs. So I thought it was going to be some like Ivory King type shit. But no, it wasn't even that. That is end of the game. Gave me some like weird, like strange dialogue at the end, and it was like, that's it. Well, like there's 3 final bosses in the game. One of them can be like, it's kind of like a Bloodborne situation. So you can like finish the game early with like the second to final boss and have that one be the final boss instead. And there's like the secret hidden final boss, which that one is actually pretty good, but it's like it's the reskinned version of Pietro, whatever her name is. It's like the secret final boss is like arguably the best boss in the game, but it's still a reskin. Like the main final boss that you fight, that most people will end up fighting, is Deacons of the Deep. I mean, Lords of the Fallen, do they have Asher War skills like an Elden Ring? No, there's no skills, no.
Mongrel intruder.
But the thing is, the spell-based system is actually really good. And with like strength and dexterity builds, you have like your own versions of spells.
Let's see.
It's like with strength-based builds, you can go ahead and use like, you can like throw a fucking hammer. Or you can like throw like rocks and shit. And they can actually like replenish when you rest at like the bonfire. So it's not like they're finite items. You can actually replenish them. And they actually have like a specific, it's like separate to an FP bar. They have like their own separate bar. It's like called like ammunition pouches that you can replenish them with.
My purpose.
It's actually a pretty cool concept. And like dexterity builds, you can use like crossbows or like bows and shit. And it's the same thing that you can actually replenish them without having to go, you know, buy consumables. And you can actually like interchange your spells on the fly. You don't have to be resting at the bonfire or the checkpoint to go change up your spells. So like that was probably the best thing that Lords of the Fallen did. Was just like its spell-based system. Made them really good. A Deer Ending doesn't have a final boss. You just run across the beacons again with the enhanced rune to fight a bunch of elite mobs before each of them. Okay. 20-inch guys coming? I just like dodged that entire combo without even looking. Or like my sort of my peripheral, I guess. Those Mesmer Knights are so handsome. I hate Mesmer. I didn't dodge that. Oh. I didn't dodge the simple ones, but I can dodge the combos. Enemy has more aura than Lords of the Fallen. This is the Fire Knight. I still hate that AoE attack. This is an S tier weapon. I'd say it's an A tier weapon because it's outclassed by Bloodblade, I would say. If Bloodblade didn't exist, then sure, S tier, but Bloodblade does exist. And you can just do better with Bloodblade. Palm Blast only run when? I've done that one already. You can go check that out on my, well, it was actually one of the first Ash runs that I did. I think that actually was the very first DLC Ash run that I did. Was Palm Blast, because it's like the most fun Asher War in the game. Shit's really cool. 590,000 souls. 57 arcane. Good old arcane dump. Just put Bloodblade on a Nugget Keeper and then I got a long Reduvia. Basically, that could do more damage and consume less stamina. And it's gonna be on a katana, which is better to have than a dagger. These armor sets that I have suck. Whatever, who cares? First floor. Let's go run to the Roh ruins, whatever it's called. Aside from jokes, you're so talented in these games, my mind is blown. Thanks. I do okay. Not as good as those no-hit runners and speed runners and stuff, but I do okay. Poison flower blooms twice the most fun. Probably the second most fun. I just like Palm Blast is so much more satisfying to me. Because you get that big hype drum and it's go boom! And it sends them all flying. It's cool. I am in fact a fan. Either way, the DLC stuff tends to always be the best, you know? They always save their best ideas for the DLC. They purposely don't put the coolest weapons and the coolest spells in the base game, just so they can sell it later as DLC. And I'm not sure if I hate that or not. It's like, you're just selling it. It's like you're just saving your best ideas and you're just keeping them from us so you can monetize them. But then again, if there was going to be a DLC and extra content, I'd want it to be the best stuff. So it's like... I think I have done a Shadow Sunflower headbutt run, I believe. Head of the DLCs are always expensive, Af. I don't think they're always expensive. I mean, Shadow of the Erdtree is like the most expensive one, right? And it's like the largest by far. Because like outside of that one, I'm pretty sure like the 3 Dark Souls 2 DLCs was like the next most expensive, right? Actually, that might have been just as expensive as the 2 Dark Souls 3 DLCs. I don't know. I kind of forget what the pricing was. Urumi Punk. Thank you for the follow. How many builds from Dark Souls 2? Well, you tried from Dark Souls 2? Recently, I'm finding out that Dark Souls has much build variety as Elden Ring. It's the second best in terms of build variety or build creation. Yeah, just behind Elden Ring. I haven't made any build videos on Dark Souls 2. I have not. But I think one of my next Soulsborne videos, I want to make like the best faith builds, or like best faith builds across the games. So I probably will, which will end up being like some infusible weapon with lightning spear, sunlight blade, and some of the best miracles, I guess, with a good old dragon chime. Been practicing an all remembrances with DLC Deathless run, and I want to use a straight sword plus faith. Any recommendations for the stats? A straight sword plus faith. Welcome back, Tot. Well, if you're gonna go with like an infusible straight sword, you're just gonna go all into faith, right? Because like flame bite infusions or sacred infusions don't really give you good scalings than anything else. But if you're doing a deathless run, obviously prioritize health for the most part. Until you get like a decently leveled weapon. Did you have like a straight sword in mind that you want to use? I'm also sleepy and still a little sick. Well, that's not good. Hope you get better soon, Big. Doesn't Shadow of the Erdtree have more bosses than some Dark Souls games in their DLCs? Yeah. Well, if you include like all like the mini bosses and dungeon bosses, then yeah, it does, yeah. But in terms of main bosses, it has like about what, 11 major bosses? Maybe like 12 or 13 if you include, you know, the hippo and shit. And maybe like the Death Knight. If that one's like cool enough as a boss to be classified as a unique one. And maybe like Leather, if you want to classify that NPC fight as a boss. Want to use Lord Storm to square off and maybe some lightning spells at a distance? Yeah, you just go all into faith, basically. Yeah. All into faith. I mean, trying to like just do probably level up your faith, and I mean, early game, once your weapon is not leveled up much, you don't really benefit much of going into the faith stat. So you just go into like a lot of faith. Maybe it's like some mind if you want to use some spells, and it's like meet the requirements for some types of spells as well. Like lightning spear requires like 17 faith, I believe. 11 bosses, yeah. Was 11 like remembrance bosses and stuff, like. Thing is, like the bosses, because we kind of separate like the major bosses and compare the major bosses to like, you know, the bosses of the other games. But like the hippo boss could have easily been a remembrance boss. And like Letter and Friends could be classified as a boss as well, like similar to like what Gideon is classified as. So like maybe. Because like if the Dark Souls 2 DLC gank fight is a boss, then Letter is a boss. So there's actually a lot of bosses in the DLC. Like there's a lot of content in Shadow of the Erdtree. Letter fight is awful. I mean every single NPC fight sucks. There's like a lot of weapons too. Like there's 3 Dark Souls 2 DLCs. And I think in total there's like 30 weapons. I think it's less than that. Shadow of the Erdtree DLC has like 100. That's like not even including like spells and shit. I'm shields, I mean. And it's like the quality of the weapons are bad as well. Like it's some of the highest quality weapons I've ever made. Like some of the movesets are like ridiculously insane. Like the light greatsword moveset, the beast claws, the hand-to-hand arts. Like these weapons have really, really good movesets. Anyway. Second to only Glenstein Chris or the Reduvia. I mean, in my list, I put it like at number 5. I think I had it behind the Erdsteel Dagger. And the Mystery Cord too. Maybe 4 then. It probably would be number 2 if Bloodblade didn't exist though. But Bloodblade does exist. Look at the perfume bottles and the Smithscript weapons. The perfume bottles aren't even like too bad, I want to say. If you go, it's basically just for like a running attack build. Like they could do some things pretty well. They just like needed more Ash of War options and like an actual like critical attack option. That would have been nice too. But the perfume bottles do like some things pretty well. Like they're decent secondary options. Because they do like pure elemental damage, therefore you're gonna benefit the most of like the elemental buffs. And they're like all way like basically nothing. That's still gonna hit me, yeah. That's like my best opening too. And with those like those running heavy attack builds, the perfume bottles can put in some work. I think like if I'm running like a dexterity build, I'm probably not like using the Fire Spark perfume bottle like almost every time. Like I just run it because like it's really good at fighting like melting larger bosses and obviously bosses weak to fire damage. Because like typically dexterity you don't really have a fire based option. But now with the DLC you have the Fire Spark perfume bottle and the perfumed oil Rana thingy. So it's pretty good. It's good stuff. But it could have been more useful. Still a slight missed opportunity with the perfume bottles. But yeah, the Smithscript weapons suck, yeah. There's no excusing the Smithscript weapons. Those things are awful. They could have been cooler. Bloodblade plus Naga Kiba over the Reduvia? Pretty much, yeah. Because one, you're gonna have a katana, which is better. And it's gonna do more damage, more stance damage, consume half the FP cost, less stamina cost. It's just gonna, the only downside is that it's gonna like drain health. But just on like the first swing. So if you keep spamming it, it's only gonna consume that one. It's gonna take away that one time. I finished watching all of your weapons and Ash's ranking video. Nice. They're like great katanas, things are slow. The heavy attacks are slow and shit. Otherwise, the light attacks, they're basically just comparable to curved greatswords. Because they get similar damage to curved greatswords, they're slashing based weapons, and they get very similar speeds. Like the light attack combos are very similar. It's just the heavy attacks for the great katanas that are just shit. Otherwise, you can actually pair them alongside many different types of skills. I think they're better than curved greatswords because you have access to poking attacks, therefore you just have more skill options. So things like blood tax, repeating thrust, impaling thrust. They can be really good. And the fact that it gets passive bleed makes them nice as well. That's part of the reason why the Rakshasa's katana is really good, because Rakshasas gets that poking heavy attack. Animal Lover, thank you for the follow. And also, Rakshasa is the only one that gets hyper armor. And it gets, like, boosted hyper armor. Whereas the other great katanas don't get hyper armor. Which is, like, stupid. And I don't know why that's the case. Which doesn't really make much of a difference in PvE. But, like, it's noticeable when you do fight some trash mobs. But yeah, like, because they're basically comparable to... I guess that what... They probably did that so, like, curved greatswords didn't get completely outclassed. It's like the one thing that the curved greatswords can get. The better heavy attack and hyper armor. Otherwise, great katanas just are better. Curved greatswords are PvP weapons. Makes sense that you doesn't care about them much. Why is it like good as like offhand options or something? I mean, the heavy attacks can come out really fast. In fact, the uncharged heavy attacks for curved greatswords can come out faster than a light attack. But it's like the recovery frames are slower, so it's not really worth spamming him like that. But you could like lead off with it and switch. That's like one of the most underrated things that From Software did to Elden Ring was like buff the heavy attacks. Like heavy attacks in the older games were like pretty much just like very, very niche. You didn't really use them much at all. But like now you can actually combo them with almost like every single weapon type. Before it was like very specific weapons could benefit off like heavy attack combos. But in this game, there's like a lot of weapons where you can go like back and forth between like heavy attack to light attack. And they can do very well. Stamina cost is a problem. Is overhead stance good? Overhead stance is okay. Like it's fine now with the Rolana's cameo. But I'm not gonna like it more than things like repeating thrust or blood tax. Because like they're pretty similar in how they work. But like one's gonna end up doing more damage, better blade build up, piercing damage too. But with the Rolana's cameo, its fucking staircase is a fucking joke. With the Rolana's cameo, it could do more damage, but you still have to like wait for it for a half a second. And that's another talisman slot you have to use just to make it better. So I wouldn't really bother. Like, overhead stance is like... It should have had like a high stance breaking option. There's like all the other stance-based skills. Like square off, unsheath, wing stance. Like they could actually be really good at stance breaking. Whereas overhead stance, both the light attack and heavy attack version doesn't do much stance damage. Like it should have been that you have the triple swinging attack and you have like one big attack that does high stance damage. That would have been really cool. Because it would actually help replace the shitty-ass heavy attack that it gets. If you had like a pretty quick and decent high damaging stance damaging attack. I'm going for it, I'm committing. What's the best stance, Ash? I think wing stance is the best. I actually made a video ranking the stance-based skills. I mean, Sword of Night and Flame Problem, actually. Probably so naff. If you talk about like the unique ones as well. But in terms of like the actual Ashes of War, I think Wing Stance is best. The Uchi heavy attack in Dark Souls 1 feels like a Sekiro kill move. The Uchi heavy attack in Dark Souls 1 isn't the same heavy attack in this game. You get the poking heavy attack with one-handed, then you get like the downward slam two-handed, right? You should do convergence stuff. I remember I said things are OP, so tier list wouldn't matter, but it will be fun to see. Convergence stuff. I don't know. I can look into it. Because I've basically done with like every single Elden Ring ranking. I'm just going back to the older games and like ranking the stuff, which I'm having fun doing that. So maybe when I'm done doing the older games, then I could maybe do some convergence mod things. I just don't really feel inspired to do it. I don't know. I'll go play the Convergence mod again sometime soon. Because there is an update, so... Might play it like next week or something. I was able to keep the Euphoria buff for 17 minutes. Nice. This guy is so broken. Like, there's nothing. This is the most broken enemy in the entire DLC, and it's not even close. Like, this ice guy in particular is just stupid. That one attack, I have no idea what they were thinking. I don't even know. Like, it is just downright ridiculous. Is the convergence worth getting? Well, it's free, so yeah, sure. The wind one for me? Nah, the wind one is fine, because it doesn't have any bullshit attacks. This guy... That ice attack literally covers the entire arena, and it damages you, even if you like try to dodge, because it's an AoE that covers the entire rooftop. So it's like you're gonna get hit either way, and you get procced with frost, you get staggered, then you get hit by the rest of the combos. Like as soon as he actually like starts to do the attack, it covers the entire arena. It's just dumb. The wind guy is okay. He just has like that grab attack and like that 3-hit combo. It's about it. This guy can be kind of stupid. Even that attack has weird hitboxes sometimes at further distance. There it is. See what I mean? It just damages you no matter what. There's like nothing you can do about it. You're just gonna get hit. Silly. These two bonfires and Enter Limb are the most difficult stretch of any game? Of any From game? Some of the most, yeah. Which, like, if you are gonna make, like, some of the most difficult stretches from bonfire to bonfire, like, having it be, like, the final area in the final DLC in your final Souls-based game, then that's fair. What's your best weapon type introduced? Or what is the best weapon type introduced in the DLC? Oh, yeah, probably the light great swords, yeah. So that one's pretty simple. It's like a 3-hit combo. He does get like a grab attack as well. Pretty simple to dodge. That's like the only like 2 attacks that he does differently. Or he does like do like the spinning storm attack when you first start the fight. I missed that attack. But every single one gets that attack. I just missed it. I should have just hit up the bonfire first. I just wasn't expecting to actually die. They've actually used Ashes of War in my first playthrough because Dark 3 conditioned me to think that the weapon arts are garbage. Yeah. I think same. But I think I just used things like Sacred Blade my first time, just to buff the weapon. And Sacred Blade was actually kind of mid back then too. And with the fact that I was doing holy damage wasn't really helping. What Ashwar challenge would you do next? I don't even know. I hate birds. Why did they have to make more birds? But you are truly a Soulsborne Ring Sekiro scholar. In other times, you would have written a book. Sure. Are the Smith script daggers still trash? No. Smith script daggers are pretty decent. They actually got buffed a few times. Get a bit more damage, a bit more range. The heavy attacks got a bit faster. And they're actually nice. They're not like going to be the most like amazing things in the world because the damage and DPS is not going to be high by any means. But the ease of use is there, and they have lots of benefits. You do a run with Melina's dagger. I have. I've done a run with Melina's dagger. I did a Blade of Calling Ash only run. You can go check it out. It's on my VOD channel somewhere. I think it was before the DLC though, so. That's how you dodge the attack. I have done a Magma Scale Sword skill run, but that was before the DLC also. Nice dodge, idiot. Just let me attack more than once. Please. I have done a wing stance run, yeah. You should do an early game guide to use to set up these runs for like smithing stones and all that. I've done multiple of those things. I have a few beginner guides. I have like a regular beginner guide out there, and then I have like get overpowered early beginner guides. One where I use like the Blasphemous Blade and get like a +20 like finger seal or some shit, or Godslayer seal. In like the first hour of the game. I did one where you get overpowered with the Death's Poker. So yeah, done a couple. What do you think about the Clean Ruts Knights build? What do I think about the Clean Ruts Knights build? What's the Clean Ruts Knights build? Like making one? I mean, like the best Clean Rut Knight weapon would be the Halo Scythe, right? So just spam the Halo Scythe. The Thrusting Sword is pretty good too. Can you copy a save so that I can have a base save ready? I don't know how to copy saves. I don't do that. I mean, copy a save of what? What do you want to have access to? Will you ever stream Monster Hunter World again? Well, Wilds? No. I don't like Monster Hunter. That ain't for me. I'm summoning my Reduvia friend. I'm gonna Reduvia all over these guys. Think about the spear and the sword? Well, it would be pretty cool if like Elden Ring, just like at Dark Souls 2, had like, you know, power stancing combos for not just the same weapon type. It would have been nice if there was like unique power stancing combos for those weapons too. Like the Clean Rut weapons should have had unique power stancing combos. Like just having the dagger, or the thrusting sword and the spear equipped could have been something cool. Could have had those like cool blocking animations like what the Clean Rut Knights get, but no. We didn't get nothing cool like that. And we could have had cool power stancing combos with things like the duelist weapons too. That would have been nice. But no. No, you don't. No, you don't. He healed. That's cheating. Oh yeah, Reduvia your action. Get him. Hey, what the heck? He just what? I hit her once, and I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have hit her. But she turned around for a second. It's like, oh, okay. You want to hit me with your skill that does 10 damage? Let me turn around and hit you with my skill. I hate her so much. It's Reduvian time. When you say have one starting setup Elden Ring save ready, what do you mean by that? Have one starting setup Elden Ring save ready. I've never said that. What do you mean? Have a starting setup ready? I say like typically try and make like early game builds. Is that what you're trying to? Like a, I don't know what you mean. He ducked underneath it. That makes me so mad.
Lord of the Earth, Lord of America, you two deserve to face the reckoning.
Now he buffed. Early game build? Yeah, you just make one. Yeah, like I said, like running around everywhere, trying to make like your build that you're gonna use for the entire game. Instead, just go like find some like cool weapons in like Limgrave or Weapon Peninsula, and just like make a build around one of those until you get to the build that you want to make. If you have a problem with like, you know, the whole running around in the first couple hours of the game, please kill him. I have no FP. No. Nice. Huge. This changes everything. He didn't get to heal. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get her. Oh, she's done now. Never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No more heals left for you. Easy game. Easy game. Shout out to Natan. What a guy. Brothers in arms. I haven't have a prepared save file. No, I don't have any of those. I don't have save files and stuff, no. Is today's character named Glorp? It's something like that. Yeah, that's Glorp, yeah. Is Bloodblade the equivalent of trying to save, of trying to give someone aid? Maybe, yeah. Natan and Ansbach, the bros of Bogue? Mm-hmm. Guys, go kill this stupid boss, and then, we can go ahead and go, fight Ratted Beast. And that'll be enough for today. That'll be enough. What's my Skibidi level at? Plus 11? I need 11 Scatter Blessing? No wonder I was getting hit so hard. Yeah, it's good enough. 11 Scatter Blessing will have to do. I think I missed a couple of... I had to have missed a couple of... I don't know. Get some vigor, I guess. And I'm gonna get hit so hard. I mean, I don't have any Scatter fragments left, so... Okay. I have 5 FP flasks. I have a couple of Starlight Shards. We don't need 5 FP flasks for this guy. Four. That's enough. You think 50 vigor is enough for the DLC? I mean, I think it's enough if you're like, if you're doing a first playthrough, I just think just go to 60. There's like no reason not to be at 60. I guess more important to be at 60 than putting points into your damaging stats. Like, you just benefit more. Okay, plus 11 Scatter Blessing. Oh, that should be fine.
And champion of the festival.
Do you think that Prisoner is one of the better starting classes in the game? Yeah, it's cool. I mean, the starting classes only really affect what build that you want to end up going with.
Now, the vow will be honored.
But if we're just going to rank them or like talk about them based on what they actually start off with, then yeah, sure. Like you get Magic Glintblade and you get the S-Stock,
He may be my consort.
which is fine. Because typically you don't really get Magic Glintblade until a bit later into the playthrough, right? It's like, it's not like Limgrave, it's like Leonia at least, right? I don't know. Whereas like most of the other starting class items, you get them at Limgrave. Have you done a Dark Souls 3 only mimic drops? No, I have not. Best dual-wield moveset? Probably the curve swords. Starting class inventory only runs when? I don't know about that. I've done like level 1 runs, which is like just as hard, right? If he wants to do a Dex int prisoner, it's pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, fight me. Can I swing twice here? I can. I couldn't strafe that attack because of the terrain. Nice. Love that for myself. Backhand blades getting piercing attacks. Backhand blades are really good too, yeah. I mean, curve swords are better because, like, not only the running attacks are good, but the jumping attacks and the light attacks are just better than backhand blades, in my opinion. I should have run backwards and run forwards because I knew that attack was gonna come, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Should I attack here? Yes. Destroying a god by throwing his DNA at them? What? Is that how it is? I can attack twice here, surely. Nice. For some reason I thought I was fighting like Prina for a second. I'm like, shit, I'm in the wrong spot to actually dodge that attack. I was like, wait a minute. They nerfed it. Do the AoE. That's not the AoE. Close enough. Now do it. Thank you. Well played, GG. I have a gold horn tender. Nice. I haven't fought Millennial. Let's go fight Millennial. PCR difficulty is so overhyped post nerf. Afraid there is harder ammo? I don't know about that one. Third playthrough with strength int cold infusion. It doesn't have enough damage, so do you think frostbite is good enough to mitigate the mediocre damage? For the most part, yeah. What type of weapon are you going with, though? Let's go to 55. I want damage. Actually, get a bit of mind. Then some more damage. Nice to have mines for when I fight Reduvia. Let's go teleport to Millennial. I'm not trying to do this running shit. That's not what I wanted to do. I clicked the wrong button. I'm clicking. I suck at clicking. What's the button to go to the other area? That's the one. End of the run. Now we're still gonna fight Reduvia. We saved the Reduvia for last because, you know, immune to bleed. Does Artorias use Savage Lion's Claw? Kinda. You know what, Chad, I forgot to do? I forgot about, the Thorny Cracks tier. Didn't put that on the entire time. Reduvia with 12 FP flasks. The damage is not going to be that bad. It's not going to be that bad to her in 12. It's fine. Who cares about flame? Get me strength. I probably need like, I could probably use like 6 FP flasks. I probably don't even need that many. I have a couple of starlight shards. I have 25 mind now, so it'll be okay. Does the multi-hit boost the Ashura of Euphoria? No. I think at point blank range, maybe. Putting in that work. Can I stagger out of it? I thought maybe you could proc bleed in between. I think I procced bleed just before she did the waterfowl dance, so whatever. Come here. Stop walking still. Come here.
That hit me.
Second phase me. Stop walking still, that makes sense. Trust me. Imagine full hype realm or millennia. That'd be a lot harder of a boss fight. I knew that was gonna happen. It's fine, I should be okay. No, I'm not okay. I ran out of stamina there. I used the one extra attack. I had a feeling, I don't know, I should have just dodged it normally instead of trying to run backwards. I should have just spammed the roll there when I got a bit of stamina. I was like, yeah, maybe I could have. I don't know. Whatever. Millennia already has full hype room or whatever she feels like. Yeah, but you can still like stun lock her with so many different skills, you know. You can use things like repeating thrust, stormcaller, and fuck up nicely. And also like you can stagger her after every single like certain types of attacks when she's not dodging, just like right there. No Arn's box set? I didn't speak to him. The next boss of the Fire Giant is the Godskin Doer? Yeah, back-to-back bosses being shit. Wouldn't be the first time they did that. Goddamn. Should be fine this time. Yeah. Dark Souls 1 did it first. Centipede Demon into the Bed of Chaos is still actually somehow worse. Somehow worse than Fire Giant Godskin Doer. And then Bloodborne was like, you know what? Instead of doing back-to-back dogshit bosses, we're gonna do back-to-back-to-back. They were like, yeah, Vacuous Rum into the One Reborn into Mikalash. It's like, wow. It's like all towards the end of the game as well. Centipede Demon better in Night Rain? Yeah, because like at least there's no 4-directional rolling and like the dogshit AI it's kind of changed a bit. And also the camera shake. Like the worst thing about it, the camera's better. You think Centipede Demon is worse than Capra Demon? Yeah, I think Centipede Demon is awful. I think Capra Demon is not too bad. Like the dogs are shit. Like I hate dogs. But like I don't know. I can deal with the dogs pretty quickly, especially if you have like the wolf ring. You can fuck them up nicely. Like the worst part about the fight is at the beginning, because like he can like run straight at you as soon as you enter the boss fog, and it's like, what the hell is going on? So yeah, Like he's shit. But it's not Centipede Demon shit. Centipede Demon is like, I think that's the worst boss in the game if it wasn't for the better chaos. Like, I think there's no redeeming factors. You can't even tell what's going on half the fight because of the camera shake, the camera bouncing up all over the place, him like jumping up in the air, and you can't even aim the camera up that high in that game to even see what's going on. And the fact that you're surrounded by lava too, so you can only fight him in like one specific area to where it's not completely obnoxious. That's fine. We should be okay. I have 4 F. I'll go get another one. No, it's fine. I'm not gonna go use any. I'm not gonna use golden bow and stuff. I'm just gonna save my FP. We should have enough. We have 25 mines. I have 2 FP two starlight shards. So it's essentially like having 6 flasks right now. Yeah, we should be fine. Every boss beside Manus, Artorias, and Gwyn is either a gimmick boss or a complete punching bag. Yeah. I mean, the older games tend to just be that way. They don't really bother making them that challenging. Like, it wasn't really, like, even a concept to even have, like, a really complicated boss for a moveset. Because, like, the formula back then for the bosses was, like, the whole, the bosses themselves is, like, balanced alongside the level. That's why, like, the older games had, like, terrible boss runbacks. And that's because, like, the whole game was meant to be played, like, in one fell swoop, you know? Like, you go through the area, then go fight the boss without having to go, like, rest. Go deflect it, go ahead. Stop spamming shit, please. I know I'm doing that, but only I'm allowed to do that. See the new Liza P trailer. The new one? There's a new Liza P trailer? When you mean new, do you mean like today or like... like 3 weeks ago? Because I've seen that there's 2 DLC trailers, and I've seen both of them. If there's a third one, I haven't seen it. God damn it. Look at his fucking health. I was like, maybe he's gonna die here. You gonna play the DLC? Of course I'm gonna play the DLC. Of course. My Liza P video, I'm like technically the biggest Liza P YouTuber. Because I think my videos of Liza P have more views than any other content creator. So technically, I'm the biggest one. Not really. Jimmy, welcome in. What's up? What's going on? Hope you say Pontiff and Night Rain. We might, yeah. Did you just do 2 Scarlet Aeonias in a row? Never seen that before. Sometimes if you do enough damage, you would, yeah. Ongbal? Ongbal might have just as many. When he has like a couple of videos that has like 1 million views, so you actually might end up having more. You're not the biggest streamer I've seen. I said YouTuber specifically. Do you like Primal Groudon or Primal Kyogre more? Probably Groudon because I like the color red. ONS is not overrated? Nah, I think ONS is amazing. For its time it was. Nowadays, the Dark Souls one has not aged well, and that fight in particular hasn't aged very well. Can't wait to see you, Ongbal, and Gina do a Night Rain speedrun. I don't think you're gonna be able to speedrun Night Rain because like there's timed-based days. So like the days end the same time every single time, right? You can't like speedrun the game. You can speedrun like the final boss maybe, and try and kill it as fast as you can. But you can't make the days speed up any faster. We played Night Rain with subs? Yeah, sure. You're bad at Elden Ring. Am I? Maybe. What kind of metrics that aren't speedrunning will probably be used then? I don't know what type of no-hit runs they're gonna be. I know probably like some like challenge runs to like no leveling or some shit like that, or only using like starting based stuff, or those will probably be like the challenge ones that you see. They could probably do like no-hit runs, I guess. I don't know. They could try. ONS is a bit overrated. I think they're great for their time, but there's some annoying stuff that they fight. Yeah, but that's why I think that is not overrated. Because, like, they were rated for their time, right? Toby the Cat. Thank you for the follow. I mean, like, if you play Dark Souls 1 for the first time, like, nowadays, you're gonna be like, this shit sucks. You might find, like, some charm in it, but you're not gonna like it. It's very rare that it's gonna be someone's favorite game. I'm gonna beat the Elden Beast with a Shadow Sunflower Headbutt. Nice. Did you have fun? Dark Souls 1 bosses are great overall. I don't know. I think Dark Souls 1 bosses probably maybe the weakest in the series, honestly. I think Dark Souls 2 bosses are better. Maybe not on average, but I think there's more good bosses in Dark Souls 2. But like, there's more like shit bosses in Dark Souls 2. Then again, probably not more completely shit bosses. I think Centipede Demon and Bed of Chaos are worse than any boss fight in Dark Souls 2. Anyway, chat, we did it. We beat the game. We had 1 FP flask left. Nice. I found Dark Souls 3 runbacks annoying. I can't imagine the previous games. Dark Souls 3 runbacks? Annoying? That's crazy. I mean, like, thankfully the older games are not hard, so... The boss fights you can, like, literally do first try, second try. Anyway, chat, we did it. 4-hour playthrough, level 150. Kinda. If I sell some of these souls, I could have. Let's just go do it. Oh, never mind. I need 50 more thousand. Level 149 in 4 hours. Not too bad. Dark Souls also doesn't have as many bosses as Dark Souls 2. That is true. I think I still like Dark Souls 2 bosses more. Maybe. Honestly, Demon Souls bosses... Nah, probably not. Demon Souls bosses, like... I like the concept of Demon Souls bosses, because they don't really... They're not like just traditional, like... This boss fights that we see nowadays, to where, like, they're just, like, glorified mini-bosses. They actually have, like, specific mechanics or, like, gimmicks and stuff that make them interesting. So I can appreciate that about Demon Souls boss fights. Whereas, like, once you go to Dark Souls 1... A lot of the boss fights were just, like, glorified mini-bosses. And in fact, like, a lot of the boss fights in Dark Souls 1 ended up coming back later in the game as regular bosses. Or regular enemies, I mean, so. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm done. We'll be on tomorrow to play some Bloodborne. I just got here. Skill issue. I might go raid somebody. I haven't raided somebody in a while. Chat, when you raid somebody and they ask what we did, don't say Reduvia run, because they're going to judge us. Just say he did some, like, crazy-ass dagger challenge run. Now, who are we going to raid? I don't know none of these people. I hear Lil Aggie's voice. I don't want to raid Lil Aggie. He has, like, already 3,000 viewers. Why can I hear it? Who am I raiding? Is no one streaming Elden Ring that I know? Who should I raid? Tell him that you did an Ivory Sickle run? True. I don't know. Maybe we don't rate anybody. I can't even think. Chat, who are we rating out of these people? There's too many. Raid Kais and that. Chat, should we raid Kais and that? Raid Queso? Not a single hard boss in the whole series before Concert Radon? What? Number 2, should I raid this guy? 4-player all-boss speedrun. Sure. Yo, Josherino. Okay, cool. Anyway, make sure you guys say hi to this person. Be nice. Thank you guys for stopping by. We'll be on tomorrow for some Bloodborne, because it's the 10-year anniversary, so we're going to go do that. So that'd be cool. Anyway, catch you guys around. Bye-bye.